Breaking news, chaos on campus. The sheriff saying a former student goes on a murderous rampage inside the halls of his former school. Tonight, Parkland, Florida, 17 are dead, more than a dozen seriously injured, leaving a community in shock.
So at about 2:20, the fire alarm was pulled. So I thought at first either culinary had set off some sort of smoke detector and we're going to evacuate, or that this was in a drill, or this was another drill that we had this morning, and we were just going to go from there. At first, it sounded like firecrackers because we had been planning for an event to happen, something like a staged area where we're going to do an active shooter scenario. So the first 7 gunshots that I originally had heard just sounded like firecrackers because they were so far away and it echoed through a hallway. But as more shots came in, I realized that it wasn't firecrackers, it was actually an armed shooter, and this wasn't a drill. She's a retired police officer for Coral Springs. Her name was Jill Shelton. I call her my aunt. We're very close. She was on the phone with one of the people at the scene just giving me as much info. She was telling me to barricade as many people behind us, arm ourselves with whatever, so I grabbed a chair.
About 2:20 or so, the fire alarm went off, and I thought it was rather unusual because we just had a fire alarm drill at 9:30, so I told the kids, hold on for a bit. One of our admins got on and said, okay, evacuate the building. So they all knew where to go because I had briefed them beforehand. We had just had all this training in everything less than maybe about 3 weeks ago or so. And as the vast majority of kids are out, there's maybe 2 or 3 left. I was right behind them. We heard all kinds of popping sounds. He said a code red, which is basically everyone back in the room, shut your door. So they had about 6 kids, 5 girls and a guy. They all ran in the room. There was literally nobody else around. I looked up and down the hallway a little bit, maybe like 10, 12 seconds. Closed the door, turned the lights off. They could be practicing a code red. They talked about doing this. They even talked about police coming on and, shooting blanks, to see what would happen, and I said, it's kind of weird.
This is Alex's view. This recording was taken at 9:32, February 14th, 2018. Alex, are you okay with me recording this?
Yes, I am okay with you recording this.
Okay.
I personally have rallied for, gun rights and less control, not necessarily less control, but this experience has definitely changed my viewpoint. I wanted to be a junior NRA member. I wanted to learn how to hunt. I was always fascinated by guns as a young girl, but this experience was so traumatizing to the point where now I can't even fathom the idea of a gun in my house.
They've trained all of the teachers recently to lock all of the doors and make sure in case a horrifying incident like this happens.
And David, you're a student journalist.
Exactly. In all honesty, it was more shock than anything. We thought this was a drill initially because we had been having rumors that there was going to be a code red drill for a while, and we thought this was a drill at first, but then we started seeing the headlines. People started freaking out a little bit.
So what's your message?
I really don't think there's anything new to say, but there shouldn't have to be, because if you looked around this closet and saw everyone just hiding together, you would know that this shouldn't be happening anymore, and that it doesn't deserve to happen to anyone, and that no amount of money should make it more easily accessible to get guns, and that's that.
So Carly, I understand that you're headed to college next year, and I understand you want to be a journalist. Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, I do. It was so heartbreaking to hear what was happening from people on the outside, and we didn't know what was going on, but while we were in there, we were all still talking about gun control and how something needs to change. We were in a closet and we were still thinking about this. It matters all the time. It was Valentine's Day, and then it was just the worst day ever. There's no other way to put it.
She said, I don't know if this is real or fake, because we had rumors going around the school that the police would do a fake code red with fake fake guns, not actual, but sounding real. And I thought at the beginning that this was it was all a drill. It was just a drill. If I'm gonna be honest, it felt like 5 years, more than that. I was just so scared. I wanted to go home. I wanted the cops, because my grandfather is a former state trooper. Backpacks thrown everywhere. It was like a movie scene. There was gunpowder all over the floor. It was just so real, but it felt so fake.
Of course it goes into, this must be fake, this must be a movie.
Well, it was the second fire alarm that went off today around like 2:22, and we were like suspicious because we already had a fire alarm drill going off, so we weren't sure if this was a real fire drill or not. So basically, we went over a code red, which is gun on campus. We went over that about a month ago, and there was rumors going around the school that there would be a fake shooting to see how the students would prepare for it and stuff like that. So when we first heard the 2 gunshots, nobody did anything because we thought that that was a drill, you know?
Yeah.
Then I heard 4 more shots, and I was like, okay, I don't care if this is fake or not. Like, I'm going. I'm leaving, you know? Yes, thank you.
Honestly, most of the time I thought it was a drill because we had heard things said that we were possibly going to have a code red drill, which is an active shooter drill. And because of that, we still thought it was a drill until we started seeing the headlines. We've had meetings with teachers talking about what to do in these type of situations, actually pretty recently, and we've had initiatives to lock all the doors.
We have been practicing drills for months since we got back from winter break and even before that. So when it first happened, we all thought it was a drill. And as soon as it got closer and closer, we all ran towards my teacher's desk for safety. And just one of the kids, his name is Matthew Walker, he was videotaping through it, and that's where one of the videos comes from in my classroom. And then he took a picture of the laptop at the end, and that laptop was at my desk, and it had 3 bullet holes through it. When my dad picked me up, he picked me up about a mile that way down Pine Island Road, and he was coming from work. He turned on his lights and work truck because he works for BSO.
I smelled dust and I didn't know what it was, so I thought it was like the school trying to pretend like fake smoke.
I was in class in the freshman building, and I heard gunshots, and I didn't know what to react because I wasn't sure what that was. No one in my class ever heard that before, so we all automatically went and hid under the teacher's desk. My teacher, usually the teacher at first we thought it was a drill, and usually the teachers know if it's a drill, and she just like looked concerned, so we're all like trying to stay calm, hiding. And the teacher, she had her phone. We were staying there for a while, and then she was on her walkie and talking to administration, and she was on the phone with the police.
Have you gone through drills for a situation like this?
Yeah, we were pretty prepared. We know to hide, like stay away from windows and everything, but we were trying to do that. But once the bullets went through the window and the glass shattered, we knew it was like the real thing, that this is not a drill or anything. I'm still in shock right now. It's just like unbelievable to actually think this happened here at Stoneman Douglas.
We heard gunshots, and we weren't sure what it was. You know, we thought it was like maybe some drums or like the band or something. And my classmate at the time was in the hallway, and he came running in and knocked on the door, panicking, and said, "Open the door, open the door, open the door." We opened the door and we're like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Ms. Jacobson, that was real gunshots. What's going on?" Then we hear the fire alarm, and we're like, we see all the other classrooms going outside, but it was weird at first because we were like, we just had one earlier during second period.
We started going back to the classroom and, you know, taking in kids and yelling to kids in the hallway to get inside. And then after about, 60 to 90 seconds, it's an active shooter.
We were all in the hallway, and then we heard the shooter again shooting at us. And everyone just ran back into a classroom, not even their classroom, just everyone went into a classroom. Teachers did, we locked the doors and we all got away from the door, hiding.
I think that really speaks to, the training that we had. We had a training about a month ago, and, we talked about, these different scenarios and what to do. And so, once we made it to the classroom and, we heard the sirens and the helicopters, and it was very obvious based on the time that it was happening that it wasn't a drill. I mean, we were on the opposite side of the building from, where the shooting was happening, so we didn't hear any gunfire.
So, David, tell me your experience. You were, as I understand, you were in your AP Environmental Science class, so this all happened in the freshman wing. Yep. You're a senior. What did you hear and see?
So my AP Environmental Science class is about 200 to 100-ish feet away from the freshman building where this atrocity occurred. And our door was actually opened ajar. He pulled the fire alarm to get all of the people out of the rooms, and we were part of that. We started walking out without even thinking about it twice. And as a result, when we were walking out to our designated fire zone, there was a flood of people running in the opposite direction, telling us to go the other way. And they funneled us all in Chef Kurth's culinary cooking classroom.
Because you were running towards the gunman unknowingly.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, your sister is a freshman.
Yep.
So your sister was in the freshman wing along with Kelsey. What was happening?
Well, I was extremely concerned for my sister, but we actually thought this was a drill at first, and an extremely realistic one at that. And I, in part, thought that because of the extremely well-executed response of the janitor and everybody else. Sadly, my sister, she's a freshman, and she had 2 of her best friends die.
The last 20 minutes of class, there was a fire drill, but it was really weird right away because we had just had one this morning. Like, at first we thought it was some kind of messed up drill going on, but then we started to smell stuff like smoke and gunpowder. And everyone's kind of stood there not knowing exactly what to do. And we just kind of looked around until we heard 3 or 4 just loud bangs, and everyone who was going down the stairs just ran back up. Both of us just like can't wrap our heads around what exactly happened. Yeah. And it just doesn't feel real. And like, it was a mess.
Was the teacher in the room?
My teacher actually wasn't there today. We had a sub.
It was absolutely horrifying, but we actually thought it was a drill initially because we had been hearing about having a possible code red drill, which is essentially a drill where we have an active shooter drill to ensure that we can survive this type of situation. But once we were all in the room and we started seeing the headlines, we realized this was anything but a drill. This was life or death.
You thought it was a drill, and you only knew it was real from looking at headlines in your phone?
Yeah, on our phone. We saw it on Twitter once it was eventually trending. Just all of them coming in and us looking them up, and that's how we were really able to find it. And that's how we knew this was anything but a drill.
My father had gone through a tragedy, the first mass murder in the country, and he was hiding in a closet. This keeps happening over and over again. It started all the way back in 1949, and nothing has really changed because the gun laws haven't changed. Even recently, we were at the airport, and something was happening at the airport, and the police were running and scrambling at the Fort Lauderdale airport after that shooting. And my first initial reaction was, where can I hide? Where can I go? I saw a cabinet. We were by baggage claim, and my husband was going to get the bags, and he was acting like it was a normal day, and I was just watching all of the police officers running, and that's where my head went. Where can I go and hide? And we just recently, I work for Broward County Schools, and I'm a teacher for the elementary school in Coral Springs, one of them, and we just had the active shooting training at our school.
It's incredibly rare. My brother said yesterday, you're either one of the luckiest people on the planet or you're one of the unluckiest. As soon as I heard the gunfire, I knew it was gunfire.
Dean, an art teacher, survived the Fort Lauderdale airport shooting.
The moments that I have with my kids, they may not have been, and I'm just grateful. There's a school shooting drill going on. It's really scary. They got a gun and fired it. Everyone was running and screaming. And then a minute later, he said, it's not a drill.
How did you guys find the photo?
We started looking through the JRTC composites, and we found the picture of him, and we just started sending it out to law enforcement. Me, Colton, and our first sergeant, we all got on our phones and tried to get through. We all had pretty crappy service, but we sent the photo out to law enforcement, and we're pretty sure it helped them arrest him.
When everybody realized that and he started coming up the stairs, everybody started running back to their room. There was like a stampede of people just sprinting back to their rooms. We were all waiting at the door, and he comes over and he unlocks the door, and we all get in, And I see this figure come up the stairs with this pistol, and I guess that was him.
I always thought he was kind of weird, quirky, but I felt he was a good kid. He just didn't have a lot of social interaction with people. I think he liked ROTC. I was a bit surprised because when I was at the Publix parking lot, a sheriff came over to me, Broward sheriff, and he started asking questions to me and my friends. And they asked, do you know anything about Nicholas Cruz? And instantly I was like, yeah, I know about Nicholas Cruz because I know him by name, I know him by face, he was in my company. I asked him, you know, what can I do to make you wear your uniform and participate in the program? And he asked for a candy bar, funny enough. That's all he asked for. I think it was Snickers or something like that. So I went out of the store, I bought him it, and the next day, there on after, came in with the uniform every day.
The Florida high school massacre is sparking a call for less firepower. Surviving students rallied with other protesters in South Florida this afternoon, calling for stricter gun control laws. ABC's Jim Ryan reports from Fort Lauderdale.
Anger and frustration boil over at a rally in Fort Lauderdale. Protesters calling on the Florida legislature to push for more firearm safety.
If all our government and president can do is send thoughts and prayers, then it's time for victims to be the change that we need to see. This is about protecting our children.
The drive for stricter gun laws was ignited by the horrendous mass shooting that left 17 people dead at a high school not far from the site of the rally.
The fact that all of you are out here today is showing that this is a turning point in American history.
Investigators say the 19-year-old shooter fired at least 150 rounds.
The fact that this isn't just a mental health issue. He wouldn't have harmed that many students with a knife.
Some shooting victims, like Anthony Borges, are still in the hospital. He used his body to barricade a classroom door.
At that moment, none of us knew what to do. None of us knew what to do, so he took the initiative to just save his other classmates.
Anthony is expected to survive, but was shot several times. His father describes his wounds.
One here, another one, another one here, and he get two in this palm.
Investigators say the shooter used an AR-15. Protesters here question the easy access to assault-style rifles like that one.
One person who had no business with an assault rifle was able to walk in and buy an AR-15 and use it for death and destruction. That's not okay.
Jim Ryan, ABC News, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
The 19-year-old who confessed to the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, may have been on authorities' radar as far back as 2016. Outlets report the suspect was investigated by state officials after he posted a video on Snapchat showing him cutting both of his arms. He also reportedly said he planned to buy a gun. Officials interviewed the suspect but ultimately decided he was stable and already receiving adequate support from a counselor. The news comes about a day after the FBI admitted it failed to investigate a tip it received about the suspect in January.
In the wake of Wednesday's mass shooting at a Florida high school, stories of courageous acts by students and faculty have once again emerged from the tragic overtones of a senseless massacre. As ABC News reported, two leaders in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School drop program are being praised for their ability to create a plan under fire that potentially saved the lives of others inside the Parkland school. Zachary Walls, a 17-year-old company commander, recalled the series of events that put his class directly in the gunman's line of fire. "I'm in charge of a whole class period, about 55, 60 kids, and we were out there for formation," he said. Just minutes before the first shots were fired, he said he decided to wrap up before the bell rang. "I don't know why, but something in me just told me to go in early," he said. About 10 minutes later, Walls said he heard a fire alarm sound and he began leading students out of the classroom. "I line all the kids up outside," he said. "I'm leading the line and we're heading out, and it just so happens our fire zone was exactly where the shooter was." Walls said he did not see the shooter, but he heard the first 2 or 3 pops and immediately recognized them as gunshots. "I looked back at all the kids behind me," he recalled. "There's 60 kids looking at me, What do I do? Where do I go? I just yell, "Get back in the classroom." After attempting to restore some order to the chaotic situation, Walls said he began corralling everyone, including other students and teachers scrambling to find a safe spot, into the room. At that point, he began coordinating a plan with 17-year-old Colton Hobb, another JOTC captain who had also been escorting people to safety after hearing an initial burst of pops. As soon as I heard the 7 gunshots, I reopened the door and I was taking a step, Hobb said. My first sergeant walked in the room, said, "Don't go," so I turned around, shut my door, pulled a student in, and I brought him into the other room and I started getting people in. Walls said the two quickly formulated a plan around Hobb's genius idea, one that involved Kevlar mats. "We shoved them in the back of the classroom and me and Colton took these Kevlar mats that we have from our marksmanship training," Walls said. Hobb reportedly had the idea to put them to a much more practical use. He goes, "Hey, we should put those mats in front of everyone, they're Kevlar," Walls said. "They're big hanging curtains." The pair then went to work putting the plan into place as they prepared for the gunmen to potentially enter their room. "I went and confirmed it with my first sergeant, and me and Hobb started moving them," Walls said. "We made a wall in front of all the kids out of the Kevlar pads."
Florida, just the latest American city grieving over another deadly school shooting. Thousands of people here gathered last night at this candlelight vigil to remember the 17 students and teachers who were killed on Wednesday behind me at the school here, Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. We now know more about their identities, we know their names, we know some of their stories about their lives. So let me give you just a little glimpse into who some of these people were. Among those killed, 14-year-old Elena Petty. She volunteered to clean up after Hurricane Irma hit this state in September. She was part of something called Helping Hands at her church. She liked to give back to others. Nicholas Dworet, he was a star swimmer at this high school. He was a 17-year-old and he was planning to attend the University of Indianapolis in the fall. The football coach that we've heard so much about, Aaron Feist, he's remembered as a hero. He was killed while shielding his students from the hail of bullets. Throughout the morning, we will share their stories. We will tell you about others. We will pay tribute to all of these victims, John, because obviously, you know, I just can't say it enough. When one person that you know is killed, it is devastating. Imagine 17, and imagine having to be in high school and go back to high school somehow next week without 17 people who had bright futures and were part of your life. That's what the kids here are dealing with.
One life is too many, and it was too many years ago as well, Allison, and maybe it will inspire others to take action. So many of the students who survived this attack and their parents, they're trying to turn their grief and anger into a call to action, calling on the president and Congress to do something. So far, lawmakers have abdicated. No real debate at all after so many of these mass shootings. President Trump would not even say the word gun in his address to the nation. All this as investigators are now revealing that the confessed killer, how he carried out this massacre. Let's begin our coverage with CNN's Rosa Flores live in Parkland with new details. Rosa.
John, good morning. The mood here in Parkland is somber. As Allison was saying, this is a community where everybody knows everybody. And as the first of the victims of 17 is laid to rest, this community is asking for prayers.
I want you to know that you're not alone in your grief. We're all grieving with you. The entire country is grieving with you.
A sea of candlelight flooding an outdoor park as thousands gather to remember the 17 lives lost in Wednesday's massacre.
I sent her to school yesterday. She was supposed to be safe. My job is to protect my children. Don't tell me there's no such thing as gun violence. It happened in Parkland.
Parents holding their children close as students and friends reunited. But in the wake of the tragedy, many are turning their grief into calls to action.
This shouldn't be a fight between two different parties. This should be a coming together where we all realize that something is wrong.
This happens over and over again, and people are dying, and it seems like it doesn't matter, because what are thoughts and prayers going to do when people are already dead?
As this community looks to move forward, authorities are digging deeper into the killer's past. New documents obtained by CNN show that police visited the killer's family home 39 times since 2010 for calls including domestic disturbance and mentally ill person.
Police are there almost every other week. That's kind of how we knew he moved, because police stopped showing up there.
Really?
Yeah, he was always getting in trouble. He was evil kid.
Investigators are piecing together a disturbing portrait of the killer's fascination with guns. A former neighbor took this video shot a few months ago, showing the killer in his backyard brandishing a gun. Authorities also discovering these disturbing images on a second Instagram account, showing the killer wearing a mask and a Make America Great Again hat. In one picture, an arsenal of firearms are displayed on his bed, another taken through the scope of a gun. The killer also espoused extremist views and violent desires online, writing on a video from Antifa, the controversial protest group, quote, "F Antifa, I'm going to kill them in the future." But it was this post that prompted a Mississippi YouTube user to alert the FBI, quote, "I'm going to be a professional school shooter."
I found that post disturbing enough that I thought somebody needed to know about it.
The FBI says they followed up on the lead but did not have enough information to confirm the user's identity. In his first court appearance Thursday, the killer was charged with 17 counts of premeditated murder. Police say he has since confessed to carrying out the attack and is now on suicide watch. His public defender telling the press that the killer has suffered from mental illness for years.
He's sad, he's mournful, he's remorseful. He is fully aware of what is going on, and he's just a broken human being.
And as the families of the victims ask for justice to be served, the investigation here continues. We are learning from the police how the gunman exercised this attack. We're learning that he arrived in an Uber. After 2 minutes on campus, he started firing his weapon. About 10 minutes after his arrival, he put that weapon down, an AR-15 style rifle, and he started blending in with students. That's how police say he was able to leave the scene, that he stopped by 2 stores buying a sandwich and a drink, and then later he was apprehended in a residential area by a Coconut Creek police officer who said that his training simply kicked in. Allison.
Just when you think it can't get any more chilling, Rosa, you hear that he had to stop for a sandwich. Thank you very much for all of that reporting. So we're joined now by 2 survivors of this massacre.
We sat together in Spanish class, and now she's going to be an empty desk.
Liam Kiernan lost his best friend Gina Montalto yesterday afternoon when the world fell apart at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
I can't believe that I'm here right now, and why did I get out and she didn't, and why did this happen? We could have done so much to stop this.
Holy It's a scene we all hope we would never see again.
I was in the classroom and all of I hear was shots, and I was just like, oh my gosh, what's happening?
It was the last period of the day when the gunman opened fire with his AR-15. A school employee immediately calling a code red.
So right now we're in a school, an active shooter. It's not a drill. I heard 1 gunshot. We thought it was a drill initially, but it's not.
The fire alarm got pulled and kids were evacuating. I heard 5 pops.
The suspect, a former Douglas High School student, allegedly shot into at least 5 classrooms on 2 floors.
He was just very focused. He was very focused on what he was doing.
Terrified students hid in locked classrooms.
I couldn't believe something would happen to a school that got voted the safest place the year before.
First responders on the scene desperately tried to track down the suspect.
Does he know where the shooter is? We don't know, but we're entering the building.
Erica Duvall filmed this as the police broke the window of her classroom door to gain entry.
Breach. You broke your window.
In another classroom, screams of anguish from the wounded as police led the rest of the students to safety.
I thought I was going to die.
10 people still in the hospital, and 17 are dead, including teachers, students, and coaches. 14-year-old Martin Duque, a freshman, his older brother, also a student at Douglas, shared the news on Instagram, writing, "Words cannot describe my pain. I love you, brother." Jamie Gutenberg, also 14, her father accepting condolences on Facebook. "I am broken," he wrote. "Hold your children tight." Gina Montalto's mother mourning the loss of her daughter, writing she was smart, loving, caring, and a strong girl who brightened any room she entered. Authorities say the 19-year-old suspect eventually dropped his rifle on the third-floor stairwell and exited the school.
The suspect crossed fields and ran west, along with others who were fleeing, and tried to mix in with the group that were running away.
Incredibly, he then went to a nearby Walmart, bought a drink, then went to a McDonald's.
He said he was at McDonald's by the school.
Around an hour after he opened fire, the suspect was spotted by Officer Michael Leonard.
He looked like a typical high school student, and for a quick moment, I thought, could this be the person? Is this who I need to stop?
He was apprehended about 2 miles from the high school.
The fact is, law enforcement responded in a very quick manner to the school and probably established a perimeter to ensure nobody was able to escape. However, the suspect clearly had in his mind he was going to shoot and then try to escape, and he was able to get outside of that perimeter before it was formed and contained around the school.
Within hours, police say he confessed to the killings, stating he was the gunman who began shooting students. Investigators are piecing together the suspect's background. Adopted as a baby, he lost his father when he was 5. Just last November, he lost his mother to the flu and went to live with a friend's family. The neighborhood where he grew up, big homes with well-manicured lawns. Neighbors say it was so normal. The suspect really stood out.
Aggressive, crazy, weird, psycho.
Brody Spino spent nearly a decade a few doors down from the suspect. He remembers him having a violent side, even at a young age.
He cornered a squirrel and was pegging rocks at it, trying to kill it. It was just weird.
Former classmates paint an even more twisted picture. They say the suspect was obsessed with guns and was disciplined for bringing bullet casings to school.
About a year ago, I saw him upset in the morning, and I was like, "What's up with you?" He's like, "I swear to God, I'll shoot up this school."
According to ABC affiliate WPLG, the suspect was expelled on February 8th last year. 3 days later, he bought the AR-15 at this gun store less than 10 miles from the school.
Once the school expelled the suspect, they should have known that he may have had a beef with the school.
His social media post also suggested something might be off.
In September of last year, I received a comment on my YouTube channel. I'm going to be a professional school shooter, and thought that to be odd and disturbing, so I forwarded that screenshot to the FBI and reported it to YouTube.
The FBI says they investigated.
The FBI also conducted internal database reviews and open source checks. No additional information was found to positively identify the person who posted this comment. There was no connection found to South Florida.
Tonight, the agency saying they couldn't track down who the user was, and they're conducting a review of how that tip was handled.
If, as the FBI said, they were not able to determine who that person truly was, my question is, how many people are there out there in America who have posted similar type of blogs that indicate that they are inclined to commit violence, and they have not been able to determine who those people are? That's a huge problem.
Sources tell ABC News this social media account belongs to the suspect. This photo shows him holding a pistol. In another, he's holding a large knife. Law enforcement sources say these social media pages are now being scrutinized for clues. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News the suspect said voices in his head directed him on the attack.
He is on suicide watch. The child is deeply troubled.
Some proposed regulations to limit access to guns have broad support among the American public, like expanding background checks and a ban on gun purchases by people on no-fly lists.
This is something that we can't keep happening, because if we do and we get used to it, it's going to happen again. This is a time for our country to take a look in the mirror and realize there's a serious issue here.
President Trump addressed the nation today.
No child, no teacher should ever be in danger in an American school.
But he never mentioned the word gun once, instead defining the issue through mental health.
We are committed to working with state and local leaders to help secure our schools and tackle the difficult issue of mental health.
But just weeks after taking office last year, the president blocked an Obama-era rule that made it tougher for the mentally ill to obtain guns. Mother Lori Aldiff, who lost her 14-year-old daughter Alyssa in the shooting, expressed her outrage directly at the president on CNN.
President Trump, you say, what can you do? You can stop the guns from getting into these children's hands.
The type of gun used in this school shooting, the AR-15. It was used in Las Vegas last year, San Bernardino in 2015, and Sandy Hook in 2012.
I have hunted all my life. I have had guns all my life. I still hunt with my son. But an AR-15 is not for hunting, it's for killing.
In Florida, you can purchase an AR-15 at age 18, which is exactly what the suspect did.
They're technically adults, but we really have to take a look at that law and regulation and determine whether an 18 or 19-year-old are really able to handle that kind of weapon safely and are in a position mentally to not go into a school and shoot everybody.
There are an estimated 5 to 10 million AR-15 rifles in the United States. This afternoon, the suspect appeared via video conference for his bond hearing.
I have something very important to tell you. You're charged with some very serious crimes.
Facing 17 counts of premeditated murder and held without bond.
And I find probable cause. I further find the proof of guilt to be evident.
Tonight, as America always does after a horrific act of gun violence, a search for answers to the question, why? But the even bigger question, will the answers come in time to prevent another horrific shooting? For Nightline, I'm Tom Llamas in Parkland, Florida.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. There are questions growing also about the warning signs missed. People who knew the 19-year-old shooter say he had a troubled past and disturbing social media posts. Our chief national correspondent Tom Llamas is in Fort Lauderdale. And Tom, there's focus now on a tip to the FBI.
That's right, George. There was a tip to the FBI, and it involved social media, but the agency says they did not have enough information at the time. Now, regardless of that, we've been digging into Nikolas Cruz's background, and what we've been told is about a long struggle with mental illness and a history of violence.
This morning, authorities describing the mind of alleged shooter Nikolas Cruz as warped and possibly demented. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News the 19-year-old gunman told investigators he heard voices in his head directing him to conduct the attack. And according to the arrest affidavit, Cruz allegedly confessed to the killings after being taken into custody. Cruz's lawyers say he was battling mental illness recently, magnified by the passing of his mother, who died from the flu. Overnight, a family friend telling ABC News Linda Cruz was devoted to Nikolas and his little brother.
She never did anything. She never went anywhere. She was always with her children, every single day, every minute. So I don't understand how this tragedy happened.
But in the neighborhood where the alleged gunman grew up, memories of strange behavior since he was a boy.
Do you remember him doing anything in the neighborhood that was strange?
Yeah, he shot at chickens across. He used to have a little pellet gun, and he shot at chickens across in the back there.
He cornered a squirrel and was pegging rocks at it, trying to kill it.
ABC affiliate WPLG reports Cruz was expelled from the high school on February 8th last year. 3 days later, he legally bought the AR-15 at this gun store, less than 10 miles from the school. Yesterday led into court with his ankles and wrists in cuffs.
Are you Nikolas Jacob Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. You are charged with 17 counts of premeditated murder.
His defense team says he's on suicide watch at the jail.
This is a loss for this community, a tragic loss of 17 children.
The horror of it all, too much for one of Cruz's defense lawyers. The assistant public defender getting emotional during a news conference and walking away to compose himself.
This young man is deeply disturbed, emotionally broken.
The disturbed nature seems apparent from his social media activity. Sources tell ABC News that this Instagram account belongs to the suspect. In one photo, he's seen holding a pistol. And there were other signs of trouble. In September, video blogger Ben Benite saw a comment on his YouTube page. A commenter with the name Nicholas Cruz posting, "I'm gonna be a professional school shooter."
Thought that to be odd and disturbing, so I forwarded that screenshot to the FBI and reported it to YouTube.
The FBI looked into the post but couldn't track down Cruz.
Now, as far as Cruz's mental state, sources have told us he was in therapy at one point. Family friends have told us he did take medication at one point. But by all accounts, when his mother died, George, he went into a free fall of darkness.
As his defender said, emotionally broken. Okay, thanks, Tom. We have our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, here right now. So many signs that this young man mentally ill. You could almost argue it's by definition in a case like this, but that doesn't mean an insanity defense can succeed.
That's right. Just having been in therapy, having even a documented history of significant mental illness wouldn't necessarily be enough to win an insanity defense. We saw this in the Aurora, Colorado shooting in that movie theater. James Holmes, in that case, was mentally ill. There's no question about it. And yet he did not succeed in his defense of insanity.
So why? What is the
You
standard?
have to be able to show that effectively you didn't understand what you were doing was wrong. And the problem is any bit of premeditation, any bit of thought as to how you would go about committing the crime, about, for example, him running away with the other kids, all shows that he knew what he did was wrong in some way.
He was killing people.
That's right, in some way, shape, or form. So people out there, I think people sort of get really concerned about the insanity defense and how this person's going to get off. It almost never succeeds these days, particularly in a case like this where you have multiple victims, you have someone who prepared for it, you have someone who tried to escape with the rest of the people. This is going to be an almost impossible insanity defense if that's what he pursues.
Then it raises the question of the death penalty, Florida death penalty state.
I don't think there's any question he's going to face the death penalty, and that's where this could help. The fact, if a jury believes he had significant mental illness, they won't find him not guilty. He'll still be found guilty, but it is possible that he could avoid the death penalty because of mental illness.
It would come in a much later stage.
That's right. It would be a separate phase of the case where the jury would make a recommendation to the judge as to death or not death. You'd have to have a unanimous verdict. And if they do recommend unanimously death, then the judge has the final word.
Dan Abrams, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
We heard boom, 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 boom in the hall, and the kids instantaneously dropped to the floor. Then they tried hiding behind file cabinets. They went behind my desk. And seconds after that, the gunman shot his AK-15 into the glass panel of my door and hit several of my students, and two were fatally wounded. Well, we were trained. I wanted to be calm for the kids, and I was surprisingly very calm. We were trying to call 911. There's no service in my classroom, cell phone service, so we were desperately trying to call 911. I think one girl was able to get through. The kids were calming each other down. They were holding each other. Some kids were shaking terribly, but we were together, and we were just fearful that he was going to reach in that glass panel and open the door, which thank goodness he did not. I don't know if you even have a chance to think. You just have to think, I'm with these kids. I didn't want them to think it was their last moment. We were holding each other, telling each other to be quiet. We were just all worried. I don't know that we were thinking ahead. We were just thinking in that moment. And I love them every day, but on this day, it was amazing. And so we waited and quietly, and there were terrible injuries in the classroom. Two kids were laying there lifeless, and then we waited, and the SWAT team came to get us. We teach about eradicating hate. We talk about hate. It's an elective class. The kids took it on purpose so they can learn about love and each other, and we do all kinds of activities, and we watch eyewitness of people that survived the Holocaust, and here they are in their horrible own experience of hate. These kids, the ones that witness this, are going to be the ones that are going to spread love. I know they are. I know they are.
There's nothing to understand. This is not something that we can comprehend, that we can wrap our heads around. Obviously, this is still fresh, and we're shocked by this. We don't quite understand the magnitude of this, and I don't know if we'll ever be able to understand that. This is school. For a little bit, we thought it was a drill, but then it really starts to set in that this is not a drill, this is real life. And just saying that even, this is not real life. This can't be real. It can't be real.
Well, girls, thank you so much for being here. Kelsey, we wanted to check in with you again this morning because when you came on yesterday, your tribute to Mr. Beagle, your geography teacher, was so powerful. You wanted his family to know what a hero he was, and that really moved so many people, and it was beautiful. Have you heard from his family?
Not yet. I hope I do soon, because Mr. Beagle will forever be my hero. I owe my life to him, and I'm holding back tears right now because I care for him so much, and now that he's gone and I have to walk into that classroom without him there, it's gonna be hard.
How will you go back to school?
I'm gonna go in with strong arms with me. Us Eagles were very strong, and we will do anything to keep each other safe and to keep each other strong at this time.
You are so strong, Kelsey, but it's impossible to be a freshman and to have to endure first what you yourself, the trauma that you yourself, being under siege by this gunman, you had to hide behind Mr. Beagle's desk, and then the loss that you're feeling. I know that you just got more bad news about a friend. Can you tell us about Peter Wang?
Peter was in my culinary class. That's why I'm wearing my culinary shirt right now, to remember him. And yesterday was the Chinese New Year, and he was very excited to celebrate it with his family. So me and my family celebrated it for him and eating Chinese food at home. Because Peter and me, we'd always argue a lot, and I'm very upset that I couldn't say I'm sorry, because I do care about Peter very much. Peter was very close to me, and it's hard to not have him in the hallways anymore, because me and him used to laugh with each other. He used to make me smile, and now he's gone.
And you found out that he was gone because you were just going through Google, just online. You were looking at photos, at images of those who were lost, and you saw your friend. You hadn't known that he had been killed.
Yeah, during the shooting, I didn't really message him when I should have. But yeah, I was going through Google images through the victim list. I saw Mr. Beagle, obviously, and then I saw Peter, and I started screaming and crying, and I had nothing. I couldn't do anything. I was just in complete tears. I was a wreck.
Of course you were. I mean, this is life-changing. Even though you survived, obviously, to lose these people who were so close to you, this is forever life-changing, and to have to hear about 17 different people. And so, Carly, I want to bring you in because you also have lost people. You also endured all of this, and you were inside. And so when people like, you know, this conservative firebrand, Tomi Lahren, tell you how you should feel and what you can talk about today. Let me read the tweet that got you upset from Tomi Lahren. It says here, can the left let the families grieve for even 24 hours before they push their anti-gun owner agenda? My goodness, this isn't about a gun, it's about another lunatic. What did you think when you read that?
I just got angry. Like, she's trying to use like left and right. I don't think it's about any sides of political parties or anything. It's about children died. Like, it doesn't matter what side of the gun control argument you're on, like, people are dead.
And when is the right time to talk about this?
I think anytime. I think it's right now. I think it's 2 days ago. We have to talk about it because there's no, it's already too late to change.
I mean, I was so struck by what you said, that while it was happening, while you all were under siege, hiding behind desks, as Kelsey was, hiding in closets, you were all talking about it. So if you can talk about it while it's happening, you can talk about it today.
Yeah, I don't think it should be someone else's choice on when we can talk about it, because it is something that is so sad. It happened at our school, and people are gone, and we have to talk about it because there's people dead, and there's been people dead because of this, for shooting after shooting.
I mean, this is, by the way, how people process trauma. They talk about it. Here's what you tweeted back to Tommy Lauren. I was hiding in a closet for 2 hours. It was about guns. You weren't there. You don't know how it felt. Guns give these disgusting people the ability to kill other human beings. This is about guns. This is about all the people who had their lives abruptly ended because of guns. It's quite simple to you in your mind.
Yeah, I don't think it should be an argument even, and I understand people want the right to bear arms, but there's people dead, and I think that's more important than the right to bear arms, because we're protecting ourselves from this amendment. Sort of.
Is this a tough conversation to have in Florida? A lot of people have guns in Florida. Obviously, there's a gun culture. Is this a tough conversation to have here?
I think it's a tough conversation to have anywhere. I think there's a lot of people who are really passionate about guns and they love guns, but I don't see a need for it when there are people that are being killed.
Yeah. Kelsey, what do you want to say to the leaders, to people who have some power to perhaps stop this from happening at another school? What message do you want them to know about what you all have endured here?
I just want them to know that something actually does need to happen. Like, after Sandy Hook, after all the other shootings, and then having it happen at my own school, something needs to be done, or it's going to continue. Because I understand people are crazy, but guns in crazy people's hands is deadly, and I lost 2 of my closest people to me because of guns, and no one's doing anything about it.
What do you want us to know about Peter?
Peter was very funny. I used to joke around with him and call him Peter Griffin, and he'd laugh with me. He was one of my closest friends, and he was very kind. He died a gentleman holding the door for other students, and knowing he's gone is gonna haunt me forever.
Are you guys getting help? Are there counselors on hand that you guys are talking to? What are you doing with all of this pain?
Currently, right now, I'm just crying in my room, hugging my mom, and pushing through it by myself, but eventually I will talk to someone.
That sounds like the right plan. How about you, Carly?
I feel like I haven't really even had a chance to deal with it all. Like, it's all happening so fast, and I'm just trying to, like, be thankful for what I have, have my friends. I'm trying to talk about this to you guys, and it's a lot going on right now. And it's just like there's so many feelings, and it's hard to feel it all.
Give yourself a long time. This is going to be a long journey.
Yeah, I don't think anything is ever going to get better. I think this has changed my life.
Things will never be the same. I agree with you both. Thank you both for your bravery. Thank you both for sharing your stories with us. No one knows better what happened in there than you both. Thank you so much, and we're so sorry for your losses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a little glimmer of good news to report from here in Parkland. 2 people who were injured in the shooting have now been released from the hospital. This just happened overnight, meaning that obviously their injuries, they've overcome them. So meanwhile, police say that the killer, who survived, as you know, and escaped, he has confessed to this horrible act. The Broward County Sheriff has released a timeline detailing the moments that changed this community forever. Watch this.
The suspect entered the east stairwell, that's building 12, with a rifle inside a black, soft case. The suspect exited the stairwell, pulled the rifle out of the case. At 2:21 hours and 33 seconds, the suspect readied his rifle and began shooting into rooms 1215, 1216, 1214. He went back to 1216, back to 1215, and then to 1213.
All right, let's bring in CNN law enforcement analysts to talk about all this, Charles Ramsey and James Galliano. It's just horrible. I mean, it's so sickening when you hear about the carnage that he was able to, make happen in this school in just a matter of seconds here. So, Chief, we do know that there were warning signs. Let's just admit it. There were warning signs. There was a huge social media digital footprint saying really inflammatory, threatening, scary stuff. What went wrong here?
Well, there are almost always warning signs in all these cases when you look back at it.
Yes, but these are glaring. Don't you agree?
Well, I agree, but then what action can you take on some of these is really the question. Now, this has to be debriefed. We've got to take a strong look at it to figure out, could more have been done? And if so, then what action could
But let me ask you that. If the guy's using his own name and you know his name on social media, can't police look into this?
Well, you got his name, but you don't have his IP address. You don't know where he's coming from.
Right, but you guys are
and that
investigators.
Sort of
Can't
well,
you find it?
That's what we got to look at to see whether or not enough was done in terms of the number of steps taken to actually identify this individual and then take action. Again, Jim is always saying, there's a balance between privacy and security, and I agree with that, but at the same time, we have to be able to take steps to avoid this sort of thing.
This tipped over the balance between privacy and security. He was saying, I want to shoot people with my AR-15. I want to mow down people. And by the way, Jim, the FBI had been alerted to this guy.
This is law enforcement's nightmare. Every one of us that have served, carried a badge and a gun, this is our nightmare. You want to look back and you do the 20/20 hindsight and you say, did we miss something else and did we not connect the dots? However, in this instance, and I'm going to take the chief's position on this one too, and I agree, in a country where we cherish not just the Second Amendment, but the First Amendment, there are protections there. And a lot of times when you take speech off the internet and you read something that was in a chat room or that somebody posted on a YouTube video, you have to understand it has to be viewed. Was it said in haste? Was there impulsivity? Could it be misinterpreted?
I get it, but isn't that why you go and talk to the guy?
You do, and we do something called a knock and talk. But to the chief's point again, they would have had to locate this guy. They had a name. They didn't have any other data to that. And again, in law enforcement, it is about triage. So when you're trying to stop murders and you're trying to stop, assaults, and you're trying to stop kidnappings and bank robbers and terrorists, you triage these things. Should there have been coordination with local law enforcement? I'm confident that the FBI did what needed to be done, but those are the things that they're going to sort out now to get to the bottom.
But how are you, listen, I think police work is God's work, okay? I have seen the incredible things that police do in keeping us all safe. I was a crime reporter at America's Most Wanted for 1 million years, so I know the sacrifices that you guys make. But how can you say the FBI did enough? They were alerted to this guy. We know that this guy was unhinged. That's what, he was expelled from this school behind us. He was posting these things online. How can they have done enough?
Because a lot of times we look at these things in a vacuum and you see one thing inside of a silo and you don't see all the other parts that went to it. So all these things are going to come out. And look, Allison, from the tactical level, the police response, the investigation, we're going to get to the bottom of that. We have to look at this from the strategic level, the macro level. And that's where you go today to the New York Post saying we need to look at some of these gun laws. We need to look at the assault weapons ban. We need to look at these things that could have possibly kept that weapon out of a 19-year-old kid's hands.
Chief?
But it's not just the gun laws. That's part of it. You also have mental health issues. You've got communication issues. How do you transfer information from an individual's psychiatrist to law enforcement and still maintain some level of privacy? There are so many gaps. Exactly. So until we actually sit down and actually talk about all these things and come up with a comprehensive strategy, there's going to require some adjustments in law and so forth. But it's not just about gun control. It's not just about mental health.
Understood.
It's about a lot of these, and we always look after the fact and have these kinds of conversations, but the gaps continue to exist, and we got to close the gaps.
See, I feel like the complications give people cover because, they say, well, we can't deal with gun laws because obviously it's mental health, or we can't deal with mental health issues because obviously there's disclosure issues. And so that makes paralysis. And so let's tackle one thing. Let's just start with one.
just start with something, but then build momentum so that we can fix these things and we're not constantly talking about the same thing. What did we miss?
Yeah.
You know.
Chief Ramsey, James Galliano, thank you very much for your expertise. John, listen, I think they spelled it out perfectly. It's very complicated, and that's part of why Congress doesn't tackle it.
Well, complicated is why we put them there, to address things that are complicated, Allison. And so far, they've refused to make any changes to gun laws that after so many mass shootings. Will this one be different? Will this one change anything? Discussion next.
This week, those of us here at 10 News, like so many others in the media, were challenged with delivering tragic news of the Florida high school shooting, honoring the victims, and even sharing the facts of the mass shooter in a very judicious way. Why we name the shooter and show his face can be a bitter subject for some of our viewers, and the reason why we do so is the topic of tonight's Let's Talk.
The day after 17 people were killed in the Florida high school shooting, more information was coming out about the shooter.
According to a sheriff's document obtained by 10 News, Nicholas Cruz has confessed to being the shooter.
It's a fine line between sharing the story of the person behind such a horrific event and making sure that individual is not the focus. At the time Nicholas Cruz was being arraigned Thursday, this was the homepage of 10news.com, with Cruz's face prominently displayed. Kristen, one of our viewers, didn't think it was right and sent this email. She writes in part, "I don't think it's appropriate to show the shooter as you are currently on your webpage. It's almost making him out as if he's the star, which is probably what he wants anyhow. Comes off very insensitive." We agree. It can appear insensitive, especially when there are so many innocent victims. Cruz's picture was only part of the headline during his arraignment. As the story evolved, so did 10news.com. And you might have noticed later in the day and throughout the night, our website began to focus back on the victims and the vigils in their memory. During tragic events like this, people often ask why we even name the shooter, fearing it will feed the attention they crave or create copycat killers. We feel it's important because, like this article from the Poynter Institute, a renowned journalism school, it adds critical context, such as the shooter's backstory. It prevents misinformation, and more importantly, people who have come in contact with the shooter may come forward with crucial information.
And we always want to hear your thoughts on our coverage. So if there's a story you have a question about, you disagree with, or simply want to comment on, share it with us. Email us at tips@10news.com or message us at facebook.com/ABC10news.
7 students from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School whose lives go on but are forever shaped by the pain they endured the other day, seeing their friends fall next to them, having to now go on without those friends, but within that pain, also the strength they are now finding to carry on with new voices about issues of suddenly prime concern to them. And for more on that, Andrew Lofholm has our story.
A year from now, or 20 years from now, 30 years from now, how do you want people to look back at that Wednesday, February 14, 2018?
I want people to use everything. I want them to look at it as a statistic.
I want people to see this as the last one. I want people to look back at that day and smile because that was the end.
These are 7 faces of survival, family, and ultimately, they hope, change.
If there's anyone who's going to change the outcome of these situations, it's going to be Parkland.
7 Douglas High School seniors at their friend Kane DeLima's house.
Yeah, it's tough when you're by yourself, so when we're all together, you know, it kind of gets your mind off of it.
Tonight, they're freshly blonde for their friend and victim, Joaquin Oliver.
His favorite artist was Frank Ocean, and when he dropped his album Blonde, it was around that time Joaquin dyed his hair like this color.
He was at everyone's sporting events too.
Joaquin was everyone's friend.
Volleyball, hockey, baseball, basketball, lacrosse.
That kid didn't know a single thing about lacrosse, and he was out there screaming like he's been playing it for the last 18 years.
On Wednesday, they grew up fast.
A race for maturity that no one ever really told us there was going to be a starting line or a starting gun, and they just expected us to go.
First, they will grieve. They have 17 funerals to attend. When the time's right, perpetuate change.
An assault rifle, that's a weapon made with intent to murder and harm people. So once we feel ready, we're going to make our voice heard that our platform is built upon making sure weapons like these can't get in the hands of people again.
Andrew Lofholm reporting. 2.5 days now, nearly 60 hours since shots rang out at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, ending the promise of 17 lives. But for those who go on, the promise now that they will make sure their friends, their loved ones are always remembered, and they will continue to be the voice for those who no longer have one. Reporting from outside the Broward County Sheriff's Office, I'm Michael Williams. Now back to you, Kelly.
The 19-year-old who confessed investigators to killing 17 people at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, is willing to plead guilty, according to his defense. He's seeking life without parole. The suspect was erroneously connected to a white supremacist group after the group's leader told the Anti-Defamation League and media outlets the suspect was a member. Law enforcement said they found no evidence connecting the suspect to the group. That false connection seems to have been propagated by white nationalist online trolls on sites like Discord and 4chan. President Donald Trump visited families of victims on Friday. Friday is also the date for the first funeral for one of the victims. Also on Friday, the FBI admitted it failed to pursue numerous tips that the suspect was a threat and even planning to commit a mass shooting at a school. Attorney General Jeff Sessions has opened an investigation into the issue, which officials said resulted in a failure to follow established protocol.
I sit in those classrooms every day, so it's just like, how can something happen like this?
It was like about 20 minutes before school was supposed to end.
I think it's just kind of crazy how fast it happened. It didn't really seem real as it was going on.
I just had this sick feeling in my gut that all this had to happen, and it's starting to feel more and more real.
It's really different when you see something in the news and rather than seeing it happen at your school.
Because it happened somewhere so close to home that it became more of a reality for me.
I'm all for freedom, but there's a difference between freedom and being safe.
This shouldn't happen to anyone else. Like, this has to be the last, or one of the last, school shootings in the United States. I want everyone to come together and put differences aside and realize that we need to do something about this because kids are dying.
I am upset, but I'm like using that to talk about gun control and to talk about like what happened.
We should get the word out, speak our minds, because that's pretty much all we have at this point is our words. And
people always say things after shootings. They talk about gun control and they talk about how things need to change, but nothing ever does. And that's what's so frustrating.
I want them to stop saying that they're giving us their prayers, because that's not going to do anything for us. We need action. It's time to put petty things aside about partisanship, and it's time to think about humanity.
People are just expecting to see it on the news, and we should not expect this. This should not be normal.
More breaking news surrounding the brother of suspected Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School shooter, 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz. My sources and sources of two other reporters at News Channel 5 confirm that Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputies detained the brother, whose age we do not know, at the request of the Broward Sheriff's Office. The Broward Sheriff's Office then Baker acted him, which allows for an involuntary mental health evaluation. We don't know why they took that step. More on this story as it develops.
And now to our coverage of the tragedy in Parkland. More than 3,000 students attend Stoneman Douglas High School. Tonight, News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson has a story of two sisters who are both trying to make it through the worst.
In the middle of the chaos, as shots rang out, two sisters exchanged text messages, one on the inside, one on the outside at Stoneman Douglas. The messages they sent back and forth are heart-wrenching.
I was in the first floor of the freshman building that actually got shot into.
Hannah Carbochi is just 17 years old and saw things this week that no teenager should ever have to endure. What did you hear?
You can hear kids outside in the hallways that were there. They were screaming. The kids in my classroom were screaming. You can hear through the other doors and other walls the kids screaming inside. You can hear the bullet holes coming through the walls. You see the dust flying everywhere.
She tried to call 911, but couldn't get through, so she texted her sister.
She knew I had an iPhone, and she immediately texted me and was like, "Caitlin, there's an active shooter. I'm not joking. Call 911."
These are screen grabs of their actual text messages, exchanges in real time of horror as it happened. Hannah tells her sister, "I'm so scared." 2 students in her class had been shot.
2 that were in my class, Nicholas Dorrit and Helena Ramsey, they both lost their lives. They had such amazing lives going for them. Nicholas was a swimmer. Helena was a beautiful girl.
Obviously, as she read the text messages from the outside, Caitlin panicked.
I just froze at that moment. I was like, "Are you serious right now?" I didn't want to believe it at all. And I started to work myself up into a panic attack.
Still, she managed to call her father, who works for the sheriff's office. He went to the school and found Hannah.
And then I got a call from my dad, and he's like, "I have Hannah on the other line. She's safe. The cops have her, and she's on her way to me." And at that moment, I just took a sigh of relief knowing that she was safe.
When it was all over, when they first saw each other, they hugged for a long time. They haven't been far apart ever since. Jeff Patterson, News Channel 8.
And Kenneth, well, another very emotional, very difficult day for so many students and parents as 2 of the victims of the shooting were buried today. And tonight we are hearing from a fellow classmate who was at one of the funerals.
CBS 4's Lisa Petrillo spoke to that student.
We caught up with 17-year-old Jonathan Blank this morning as he was leaving the service for his fellow classmate. It was on that Wednesday afternoon. He was in Holocaust Studies class on the first floor of the freshman building when bullets started to fly.
Did you hear the guns or did you hear the alarm?
I actually did not hear the alarm. I just heard gunshots go off. Many shots went off, and right away I just tried to take cover. I jumped under a table and just hid with 2 other girls under a table behind the desk.
Did any bullets get into your classroom?
Yes, many bullets were shot through my class. I believe 4 people were shot in my class, and 2 people actually did pass away in my class right in front of me.
Oh my God. Who were the ones that passed away?
Their names are Nick and Helena.
What was going through you? You must have been scared to death.
I was in complete shock. I had no idea what was going on. It just all happened way too quickly, and I was just in complete shock.
And so where are you now? I know we were attending a funeral for Meadow today. Where are you mentally now? How are you getting help through this?
I went to different grieving counselors. They just help you talk about everything and just let it out. It's never bad to talk about what's going on in your life, what's going on. It's horrible what happened, and if you ever need someone, just go to somebody and talk to them.
Where do you go from here? What are you thinking about on a daily basis? You're being with your family a lot, and it kind of made you rethink life a little bit?
I'm with my family and friends through this all. Tell them that I love them all the time. You just don't know when your last time with them really is.
What would you like to say to people out there?
It was the scariest moment in my life. I've never experienced anything like that before, and no one should ever have to be put through what I saw and what many people saw at Stoneman Douglas.
He took my breath away. It was very clear to see Jonathan is still in shock. His dad was waiting nearby. He's very nervous about going back to school when that's going to happen again, and his parents will be his rock for the days, weeks, and months to come. In Fort Lauderdale, I'm Lisa Petrillo, CBS 4 News.
An alumni Facebook group created after the shooting has more than 7,000 members. They are planning vigils and reunions all over the state.
It's really brought alumni together because it's such a tragedy. NBC2's Risa Morris went to Stoneman Douglas, and she had cousins hiding in the closet during the shooting. Risa spoke to a fellow alumni now living in Southwest Florida.
Years ago, Parissima Tabe was a Marjorie Stoneman Douglas student. Now she's a doctor in Naples.
I have pretty much the fondest memories of my high school years, the friendships I made, the teachers I had.
Tabe says she's still in shock. Her alma mater, now a crime scene.
When I see the pictures of the school, it just brings, it's just hard. You know, I can't even imagine how they're gonna go to school.
She's seen this video, students running out of classrooms she once studied in, and officers surrounding a school she called her second home.
I kept checking everything, and you know, I didn't know if they had the right school, so yeah, then they kept showing it, and I couldn't believe it.
Tabe is turning to action. She's reaching out to local elected officials to make sure they know how she feels.
Families are frustrated. Everybody's frustrated, you know? We just want answers now. We cannot keep saying, let's wait till tomorrow.
Tabe says she has a hard time turning on the TV as the scenes of her high school shooting play over and over.
So when I heard the news, it was just basically just shocking, and I'm still in shock and denial. I'm angry, I'm hurt.
In Naples, Risa Morris, NBC2.
And as everyone in this community copes with this loss, more and more students are sharing incredible stories.
That's right. Today, a young man connected with our Carrie Codd, connected with him to talk about how his teacher died for him. And Carrie joins us now live. So tell us more about this interview, Carrie.
Well, when I arrived on campus on Wednesday in the midst of all the chaos, one of the first parents I encountered was a woman named Patricia Cobo. She had just gotten off the phone with her son, Moises, who told her that he was safe, he was alive, but that his teacher died saving him. That story touched my heart, and today I reached out to Moises and asked him to share some thoughts on his hero teacher. Moises Cobo left his third-floor geography class at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High when he heard a fire alarm on Wednesday afternoon. Once he got into the stairwell, though, in the freshman building, he heard gunshots.
My reaction was going back to the classroom and telling Mr. Beagle there is gunshots in the first floor.
Moises is convinced that what teacher Scott Beagle did next saved his life and the lives of more than a dozen others.
He opened the door and he waited for everybody to get in. Instead of him going first, he waited for every last person to get into the classroom.
And as the last student entered, Scott Beagle was shot and killed.
After my last friend got into the classroom, he fell.
Moises and the other students hid in the classroom, praying, whispering, and listening to the accused shooter, Nicholas Cruz, roam the hall, screaming.
We heard him to open the doors, and we were like, come on, open the door, and then like, he was screaming, no, no, no.
Moises sent this text in Spanish to his mother, saying, Mom, I love you all. It's Moises. I love you. I love you. I will not forget you, Mom. On Wednesday, we spoke with his mother right after she spoke with her son.
Mom, I am fine, okay? But my teacher died for us.
During the minutes and minutes of terror, the door to his classroom was open. Moises believes the gunman didn't enter because he might have thought Beagle was by himself.
I was getting ready for the worst, but it was a miracle that he didn't get in.
Soon, law enforcement arrived. After he was rescued, Moises wanted to know about his sister's school, West Glades Middle, right next door.
I felt like if she's okay, everything's fine. Because it didn't matter what happened to me at the time. I was just wondering if my sister is okay.
She was. Moises and his dad are forever indebted to Scott Beagle.
He saved our lives. And I'm never gonna be able to repay what he did for us.
Moises is convinced that Beagle is in a good place because of the last message he shared with his students before they heard the fateful fire alarm.
The last lesson he gave us on that day was about religion, and he was explaining to us that all the religions almost means the same. If you live a good life, you go to heaven. And what a coincidence that was just in that day.
And Moises says he knows his teacher lived a good life and he believes that he is in heaven. I asked Moises about returning to school here, how anybody could be emotionally ready for that. He said he's not sure, but he said when he does return, he'll do so honoring Mr. Beagle and all the other teachers, students, and staff who lost their lives here. Live in Parkland, Carrie Codd, CBS 4 News.
Carrie, thank you very much.
This mom and her son survived separate mass shootings just 13 months apart.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
On Valentine's Day, Annika Dean received these urgent text messages from her 14-year-old son, Austin.
The next text said, "It's real. We're on lockdown. We're okay, but just in case, I love you."
The massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School hit home for this mother of two. It's hard to believe, but last January, Annika found herself running for her life when a crazed gunman opened fire at the Fort Lauderdale Airport baggage claim, killing 5. We spoke with Annika back then.
I saw the shooter. He was coming towards us, shooting. I laid down and I just instantly began praying.
Today, Annika spoke with Les Trent.
To have survived that and then to hear this happening at your son's school, how do you process it?
I am still in shock. I may not look like I'm in shock, but I'm still in.
We're now learning more about the timeline of Cruz's murderous rampage. He arrived at the high school in an Uber at 2:19 p.m. and made his way into the east building of the school compound where he was spotted by freshman Chris McKenna.
He started to take the bullets and load in the gun. I froze. He then said to me, "Get out of here. It's gonna start getting messy."
Where was he loading his gun?
On the stairwell, the bottom stairwell. He took it out of like a gun case that kind of looked like a guitar case.
Why do you think he spared you?
I don't think he was fully reloaded yet. I don't think his bullets were in.
Chris ran for his life. Cruz fired into 4 classrooms on the first floor. Then he made his way to the second floor, then the third. At 2:28, he dropped his weapon, ran down the stairs, and fled the school, blending in with the students who were running for their lives. He followed those kids to a Subway restaurant located inside this Walmart.
After walking for about a half a mile, he stops into this McDonald's and sits down for a few minutes. The flag here today flying at half-mast.
Cruz even ordered a sandwich, and despite the carnage he had caused, he sat at a table and ate his meal. Then he headed for home. At 3:41, Cruz was spotted by a police officer who heard the description of the suspect over his radio.
You were the first one on the scene.
I was the first one on the scene. It was crazy.
Landscape gardener Scott Baker recorded the takedown on his cell phone, which he shared exclusively with Inside Edition.
Amazing.
The citizens of Parkland, Florida gathered for an emotional vigil Thursday night. The high school's most famous graduate, Anthony Rizzo, now a first baseman with the Chicago Cubs, offered these words of comfort.
You're not alone in your grief. We're all grieving with you.
High school senior Carly Novell is talking about the scariest day of her life, cowering in a closet during the Valentine's Day massacre.
I was in between 2 people panicking, and I was just trying to make sure they were okay.
Amazingly, the same thing happened to Carly's grandfather 69 years ago. The year was 1949. The place, Camden, New Jersey. Howard Unruh was a World War II vet who snapped and mowed down 13 people. It is considered to be the first mass shooting spree in U.S. history. Carly's grandpa, Charles Cohen, survived by hiding in a closet above his parents' drugstore. His family was slaughtered around him. Carly's mom, Mary, says she was thinking of her dad's tragic legacy on Valentine's Day as she raced to the school.
When I was driving here and I was praying for her safety and for everybody else's safety, I was talking to my father and I was saying, how can this happen again?
Just 2 days after the tragedy in Parkland, the funerals have begun. 2 students were laid to rest today as the community struggles to come to grips with this nightmare. News Channel 8's John Rogers joins us live. He is down in Parkland for us. What's the latest, John?
Good evening, Stacy. All throughout the day, many people have been flocking to this area near the high school to share their memories of those that were slain. They want to make sure they're not forgotten. Some of these killed had big dreams, and they also made a big difference during their time here. On Wednesday, Annika Dean received frantic texts from her son, who was trapped inside a classroom during the shooting.
It shook me. It really shook me.
For Dean, this was an awful case of deja vu.
January 6, 2017, I was in the Fort Lauderdale airport during the mass shooting where 5 people lost their lives.
Now her son endured the same. Some of the victims were his friends.
It was hard being in a room with a gunman shooting people. That was hard. But this has hurt me much more on a deep level than the airport shooting.
Every victim left a lasting impact, like Chris Hickson.
You know, I feel like I lost a second father. Coach Hickson was a man of great honor and integrity, and he put passion into everything he did. He was a wrestling coach, and if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have a wrestling program in the school.
Geography teacher Scott Beagle died protecting students. This was his first year at the school.
And he moved from a school that he did not think was as safe to come here, and obviously the irony is this is where he's not going to get to leave.
Still a very active scene here, as you can see. The wrestling team was supposed to have a district wrestling match today that has been postponed to next week, but the team is practicing even harder because they're determined to win that match for their mentor, Coach Hickson. Stacey?
Just so sad on so many levels. Thank you, John Rogers, live in Parkland for us.
Text messages from Parkland, Florida are giving a glimpse into the horrors of a school shooting. In the wake of a massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, students, siblings, friends, and parents are sharing the frantic messages that were sent to one another as the tragedy unfolded. One student told their parent that they loved and appreciated everything they did for them in case they didn't make it. Their parent replied not to talk that way, adding that cops were all over the campus. After hiding in a bathroom for 2 hours, they were rescued by authorities.
Contacted almost 3,200 students and 200 staff and faculty. We do have 7 people that still remain in the hospital. Thank the Lord that we have not added to our list of casualties. I wanted to clear up some rumors, innuendos, misinformation that might be out there. The killer never was in possession of a gas mask or any type of smoke grenades. We did recover a balaclava, which for those of you who might not know is just a face mask with eye slits. Again, there was no gas mask or no gas grenades at any time. We heard that there were questions that the media had about where our school resource deputy was. Our school resource deputy, Deputy Peterson, was on campus. He is armed, and I believe the campus at Stoneman Douglas is approximately 45 acres. He never encountered the gunman. He never encountered the killer. Every day we're learning something more and more about the killer. Through search warrants, we've uncovered electronic devices and cell phones that tell us a little bit more about him. I will not be speaking specifically about either of these devices as the investigation continues. We have uncovered at the Broward Sheriff's Office that we've had approximately 20 calls for service over the last few years regarding the killer. We will continue to follow up as we do with any investigation. We want to try and find out why this killer did what he did, what we could learn from it, and how we could keep our kids safe moving forward. So every one of these calls for service will be looked at and scrutinized. If we find out, like in any investigation, that one of our deputies or call takers could have done something better or was remiss, I'll handle it accordingly. At this time, I'd like to bring up Rob Lasky, Special Agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Good afternoon. Have you seen, earlier today, the FBI released a statement
regarding information provided to our public access line on January 5th of this year. The caller provided information about Nicholas Cruz and the potential of him becoming a school shooter. Under normal protocol, this information should have been provided to the Miami field office. There, appropriate investigative steps would have been taken. The FBI has determined that protocol was not followed. The information was not provided to the Miami field office, and no further investigation was conducted at that time. The FBI is still investigating the facts of this situation. We will conduct an in-depth review of our internal procedures for responding to information that is provided by the public. The FBI remains dedicated to keeping the American people safe. On behalf of myself and over 1,000 employees of the Miami field office, we truly regret any additional pain that this has caused. The men and women who work in the Miami field office are part of this community. We walk the same streets. Our children attend the same schools, to include Stoneman Douglas. We worship at the same places. We are part of this community. As this community hurts, so do we. I want to thank you for your time, and God bless.
Before we take questions, I did want to acknowledge I am so blessed to be able to stand here right now and tell you that the son of one of our deputies was released from the hospital. He is on the mend. He will heal, and I pray one day he will be going back to Stoneman Douglas. Behind me is our Undersheriff Steve Kinsey, our Major Nicole Anderson, and our Colonel Jack Dale, who provided exemplary leadership, incredible leadership as we continue to work through this tragic event. To my right is former Mayor of Parkland, current County Commissioner from Parkland, Michael Udine, and another group of people that I want to thank enormously for what they've done for Broward County during this is our staff at our public information staff. They have worked through some trying times. They've had request after request, and they stood tall, and they've been amazing. So I want to thank them as well. Any questions?
What were the nature of the 20 calls to service related to the shooter?
Assorted calls for service. I don't. Some of the calls for service we did not go out on. Some of the people that called in were from other states. And by a call for service, and that's a great question, a call for service simply means that our dispatch center received a call. It doesn't necessarily mean that we went out on something. It could have been a telephonic contact with a deputy from a person in another state, or we might have gone out there. But we are going to dissect each and every... I don't know if I'm sure it talked about the psyche of the killer. It had to be related to the killer, but it was actually a breaking of the law or a crime that I can't tell you.
Was it related to him or an address where he was staying? Was this person specific?
My hypothesis at this time is probably both, but my hypothesis would be it would be more the killer than the address.
Sheriff, what do you tell these families when they hear this information about the FBI? Do you believe that this could have been averted had that call been acted on?
I don't think anybody could say that. We still want to encourage our community to see something, say something. You know, we want to learn. That's what these things are for. We were so much more proficient at this tragedy than we were at the airport. We took the things away. We learned. We trained. And that at the end of the day, make no mistake about it, America, the only one to blame for this incident is the killer himself.
Special Agent, we asked the Special Agent just one question. I mean, how does the Miami field office, I guess, wrap its head around that you guys were kept in the dark about this call, just to follow up on what my colleague here asked?
It's difficult, but we're professionals. Like I said, I have over 1,000 agents or 1,000 employees who come to work every day and do the best to protect America. Almost all of them, to a person, would be making more money in the private service, but they come to do this job because they love this job. They believe in the mission. They believe the FBI, and they believe in law enforcement.
How did you notify these families?
Walk us through the process. When someone would have called in, this was January 5th, who would have been on the receiving end? Who specifically at this
That's all under investigation. Normally, if a tip comes in, it involves a credible threat against life or limb. It's immediately elevated to a supervisor and then provided out to the field office, the appropriate field office.
How did the FBI today notify the 17 families? Did agents go to each home? Did you phone them? How were they notified, and what were those meetings like if they happened?
From what I understand, a phone conversation or phone bridge was made to those families, given the fact that they were spread out all over, and we attempted to provide them the news prior to it hitting the public.
What would you say to people who believe the FBI missed a chance to prevent this tragedy?
The FBI, the potential of the FBI to miss something is always there. We do our best. We have normal protocols to prevent these things. We will be looking into where and how, if something with the protocol broke down, and we will come back stronger than we ever were before.
Before I take the next question, I also want to say that as we look and exercise our due diligence, and we look at reports, and we look at what we did right or what we might have done wrong, and I'm not saying right now we made our deputies made any mistakes, but we're also going to look at if laws changed, if Baker Act laws changed, what might our deputies or what might the FBI or what might police have been able to do differently if they had more empowerment. So that's certainly something we're going to look at as well.
Is the school still a crime scene?
Was Cruz targeting anyone when he was doing the shooting, or were they ran?
We have no reason to believe that right now. We have no reason to believe that right now.
We understand a similar tip on or about January 5th? Did the sheriffs or any police agencies in South Florida get a similar tip on or about January 5th?
That's probably one of the 20 issues that we're looking at, calls for service. These are things that we'll look at, and as they come to fruition and they're investigated, we will be out here in a most transparent manner, letting you know what happened.
Or were they into other Broward agencies, these calls for service?
That's a great question. I don't know. I know that there were approximately 20 to BSO. I don't know if any came into any other agencies.
If you had 20 calls for service, was this kid on your radar? Did you guys know about him, or?
Well, the school certainly knew about him. I believe our school resource deputies knew about him, and as soon as he came onto the campus, I understand that the security guards tried to contact him. I'm not going to go into any more of that than now because we're trying to look at videos and piece that together.
When there's a call for service,
it's quite possible that they knew who he was.
Is there record keeping?
What happened at the school district when school administrators said that they needed to assess that this guy was they needed to threat assess, whatever the word is, and I'm sorry, the school district didn't follow up on that as well.
I can't comment.
That he was a threat assessment.
I can't comment on that.
Special Agent,
I mean, is there something that the school district knew?
Can you talk about, Special Agent, the last fall, the tip about the YouTube comment that you spoke about yesterday that went nowhere? It sounds like this last fall YouTube tip and the January 5th tip are two separate and unrelated instances, but is there a pattern of a broken protocol there?
The difference is in the Mississippi complaint, okay, it actually made it to the field office, where in the January 5th call, the information never made it to the Miami field office, where the Mississippi complaint made it to the Jackson, Mississippi FBI field office.
And went nowhere from there because they could not trace the IP address?
We did the appropriate investigation of the information we had. At the time, there was not enough PII to positively identify the subject, so it got close at that point.
Sir, where did the calls come in?
I want to thank you all for being out here. We'll continue to keep you updated, and there will become a time as reports become available to us, and we'll let you know how our deputies or how any other law enforcement personnel performed in those reports. Right now, I spoke to one member of one of the deceased family today, and I asked you yesterday to use good judgment and to treat these families with respect and stay away from them and allow them to grieve, and you have. And I wanted to thank the media immensely for that. Thank you.
Where are they from? Where are the parents? Senator Bill Nelson said he got information about the gas mask.
Ladies and gentlemen,
all right, let's go right to a press conference. That is BSO Sheriff Scott Israel giving an update. Let's take a listen.
Two of the students that lost their lives were laid to rest today. Parkland continues, as you know, to mourn, to try and heal, to try and take something, to try and give some comfort to these families. I wanted to kind of give you an update on the case. You'll hear from Special Agent in charge of the FBI in Miami, Rob Lasky, and then we'll take some questions. We continue to follow up leads. Our investigators, working feverishly and fervently, have spoken to or contacted almost 3,200 students and 200 staff and faculty. We do have 7 people that still remain in the hospital. Thank the Lord that we have not added to our list of casualties. I wanted to clear up some rumors, innuendos, misinformation that might be out there. The killer never was in possession of a gas mask or any type of smoke grenades. We did recover a balaclava, which for those of you who might not know is just a face mask with eye slits. Again, there was no gas mask or no gas grenades at any time. We heard that there were questions that the media had about where our school resource deputy was. Our school resource deputy, Deputy Peterson, was on campus. He is armed, and I believe the campus at Stoneman Douglas is approximately 45 acres. He never encountered the gunman. He never encountered the killer. Every day we're learning something more and more about the killer. Through search warrants, we've uncovered electronic devices and cell phones that tell us a little bit more about him. I will not be speaking specifically about either of these devices as the investigation continues. We have uncovered at the Broward Sheriff's Office that we've had approximately 20 calls for service over the last few years regarding the killer. We will continue to follow up as we do with any investigation. We want to try and find out why this killer did what he did, what we could learn from it, and how we could keep our kids safe moving forward. So every one of these calls for service will be looked at and scrutinized. If we find out, like in any investigation, that one of our deputies or call takers could have done something better or was remiss, I'll handle it accordingly. At this time, I'd like to bring up Rob Lasky, Special Agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Good afternoon. Have you seen, earlier today, the FBI released a statement regarding information provided to our public access line on January 5th of this year. The caller provided information about Nicholas Cruz and the potential of him becoming a school shooter. Under normal protocol, this information should have been provided to the Miami field office. There, appropriate investigative steps would have been taken. The FBI has determined that protocol was not followed. The information was not provided to the Miami field office, and no further investigation was conducted at that time. The FBI is still investigating the facts of this situation. We will conduct an in-depth review of our internal procedures for responding to information that is provided by the public. The FBI remains dedicated to keeping the American people safe. On behalf of myself and over 1,000 employees of the Miami field office, we truly regret any additional pain that this has caused. The men and women who work in the Miami field office are part of this community. We walk the same streets. Our children attend the same schools, to include Stoneman Douglas. We worship at the same places. We are part of this community. As this community hurts, so do we. I want to thank you for your time, and God bless.
Will you take questions about that?
Before we take questions, I did want to acknowledge I am so blessed to be able to stand here right now and tell you that the son of one of our deputies was released from the hospital. He is on the mend. He will heal, and I pray one day he will be going back to Stoneman Douglas. Behind me is our Undersheriff Steve Kinsey, our Major Nicole Anderson, and our Colonel Jack Dale, who provided exemplary leadership, incredible leadership as we continue to work through this tragic event. To my right is former mayor of Parkland, current county commissioner from Parkland, Michael Udine. And another group of people that I want to thank enormously for what they've done for Broward County during this is our staff at our public information staff. They have worked through some trying times. They've had request after request, and they stood tall, and they've been amazing. So I want to thank them as well. Any questions?
Chairman, sir, what were the nature of the 20 calls service relating to the shooter? Assorted calls for service. I don't. Some of the calls for service we did not go out on. Some of the people that called in were from other states. And by a call for service, and that's a great question, a call for service simply means that our dispatch center received a call. It doesn't necessarily mean that we went out on something. It could have been a telephonic contact with a deputy from a person in another state, or we might have gone out there. But we are going to dissect each and every... I don't know if I'm sure it talked about the psyche of the killer. It had to be related to the killer, but it was actually a breaking of the law or a crime that I can't tell you. Was it related to him or an address where he was staying? Was this person specific?
My hypothesis at this time is probably both, but my hypothesis would be it would be more the killer than the address.
Sheriff, what do you tell these families when they hear this information about the FBI? Do you believe that this could have been averted had that call been acted on?
I don't think anybody could say that. We still want to encourage our community to see something, say something. You know, we want to learn. That's what these things are for. We were so much more proficient at this tragedy than we were at the airport. We took the things away. We learned. We trained. And that at the end of the day, make no mistake about it, America, the only one to blame for this incident is the killer himself.
Special Agent, can we ask the Special Agent just one question? I mean, how does the Miami field office, I guess, wrap its head around that you guys were kept in the dark about this call, just to follow up on what my colleague here asked?
It's difficult, but we're professionals. Like I said, I have over 1,000 agents or 1,000 employees who come to work every day and do the best to protect America. Almost all of them, to a person, would be making more money in the private service, but they come to do this job because they love this job. They believe in the mission. They believe the FBI, and they believe in law enforcement.
How did you notify the families?
Can you walk us through the process when someone would have called in? This was January 5th. Who would have been on the receiving end? Who specifically at this tip line with the FBI? Where was the information? How was it not relayed? Who did not relay the information?
That's all under investigation. Normally, if a tip comes in, it involves a credible threat against life or limb. It's immediately elevated to a supervisor and then provided out to the field office, the appropriate field office.
How did the FBI today notify the 17 families? Did agents go to each home? Did you phone them? How were they notified, and what were those meetings like if they happened?
From what I understand, the phone conversation or phone bridge was made to those families, given the fact that they were spread out all over, and we attempted to provide them the news prior to it hitting the public.
What would you say to people who believe the FBI missed a chance to prevent this tragedy?
The FBI, the potential of the FBI to miss something is always there. We do our best. We have some protocols to prevent these things. We will be looking into where and how, if something with the protocol broke down, then we will come back stronger than we ever were before.
Before I take the next question, you know, I also want to say that as we look and exercise our due diligence, and we look at reports, and we look at what we did right or what we might have done wrong, and I'm not saying right now we made any, our deputies made any mistakes, but we're also going to look at if laws changed, if Baker Act laws changed, what might our deputies or what might the FBI or what might police have been able to do differently if they had more empowerment? So that's certainly something we're going to look at as well.
Is this still a crime scene? Was Cruz targeting anyone when he was doing the shooting?
We have no reason to believe that right now. We have no reason to believe that right now.
We understand a similar honor about January 5th. The sheriffs or any police agency in South Florida get a similar tip on or about January 5th?
That's probably one of the 20 issues that we're looking at, calls for service. These are things that we'll look at, and as they come to fruition and they're investigated, we will be out here in a most transparent manner, letting you know what happened.
Or were they into other Broward agencies, these calls for service?
That's a great question. I don't know. I know that there were approximately 20 to BSO. I don't know if any came into any other agencies.
Was he on your radar? Did you guys know about him, or?
Well, the school certainly knew about him. I believe that our school resource deputies knew about him, and as soon as he came onto the campus, I understand that the security guards tried to contact him. I'm not going to go into any more of that now because we're trying to look at videos and piece that together. But it's quite possible that they knew who he was.
What happened at the school district when school administrators said that they needed to assess that this guy was they needed to threat assess, whatever the word is, and I'm sorry, the school district didn't follow up on that as well.
I can't comment. I can't comment on that.
I mean, is there something that the school district knew?
Can you talk about, Special Agent, the last fall, the tip about the YouTube comment that you spoke about yesterday that went nowhere? It sounds like this last fall YouTube tip and the January 5th tip are two separate and unrelated instances, but is there a pattern of a broken protocol there?
The difference is in the Mississippi complaint, okay, it actually made it to the field office, where in the January 5th call, the information never made it to the Miami field office, where the Mississippi complaint made it to the Jackson, Mississippi FBI field office.
And went nowhere from there because they could not trace the IP address?
We did the appropriate investigation of the information we had. At the time, there was not enough PII to positively identify the subject, so it got closed at that point.
I want to thank you all for being out here. We'll continue to keep you updated, and there will become a time as reports become available to us, and we'll let you know how our deputies or how any other law enforcement personnel performed in those reports. Right now, I spoke to one member of one of the deceased family today, and I asked you yesterday to use good judgment and to treat these families with respect and stay away from them and allow them to grieve, and you have. And I wanted to thank the media immensely for that. Thank you.
All right, well, that is Broward Sheriff Scott Israel, along with the special agent in charge of the FBI Miami field office, Rob Lasky. A lot of tough questions. Not a lot of answers, especially for the special agent in charge, the FBI field office here in Miami, answering questions related to a report out today, a shocking report that January 5th, someone called into the FBI tip line, someone close to the suspected shooter here, Cruz, saying, giving a warning about his behavior, about his desire to hurt people, about his desire to kill people at a school, and that information to the tip line, which was fielded by an operator in West Virginia, was never passed on to the Miami field office. So agents here never got that information.
And ironically, there was another call a year ago from Mississippi from someone who saw a social media posting by someone by the name of Nicholas Cruz saying he wanted to be a professional school shooter, and that was passed on to the local FBI office.
Right, so there is an internal review going on. That's what we just learned. They're looking into whether any protocols were not followed, and they say that the special agent says we're going to come back better than ever after they figure out exactly what happened there so that they don't repeat the same mistake.
And we want to take you back to our coverage in just a minute.
Get the VIP.
From under her teacher's desk, 17-year-old Hannah Carbochi called her older sister after a bullet pierced a wall of her classroom. Someone was hurt and someone else was screaming, and her 19-year-old sister Caitlin was at work not picking up her phone. So Hannah sent her a text, and over several excruciating minutes they shared 77 short messages. In an era when many teenagers have cell phones with unlimited messaging at their disposal, text messages are giving American society a glimpse into the horrors of school shootings from those that witness them. For the Carbochis, their messages share an anxiety experienced by few siblings, as they feared the next exchange might be their last.
Well, as Kenneth was just reporting, a very emotional day, another one for so many students and parents and teachers as two of the victims of the shooting were laid to rest. Tonight we are hearing from a fellow classmate who was at one of those funerals.
CBS 4's Lisa Petrillo spoke to that student, and she has that story.
Did you hear the guns or did you hear the alarm?
I actually did not hear the alarm. I just heard gunshots go off. Many shots went off, and right away I just tried to take cover. I jumped under a table and just hid with two other girls under a table behind the desk.
Did any bullets get into your classroom?
Yes, many bullets were shot through my class. I believe 4 people were shot in my class, and 2 people actually did pass away in my class right in front of me.
Oh my God. Who were the ones that passed away?
Their names are Nick and Helena.
What was going through? You must have been scared to death.
I was in complete shock. I had no idea what was going on. It just all happened way too quickly, and I was just in complete shock.
And so where are you now? Now, we were attending a funeral for Meadow today. Where are you mentally now? How are you getting help through this?
I went to different grieving counselors. They just help you talk about everything and just let it out. It's never bad to talk about what's going on in your life, what's going on. It's horrible what happened, and if you ever need someone, just go to somebody and talk to them.
Where do you go from here? What are you thinking about on a daily basis? You're being with your family a lot, and it kind of made you rethink life a little bit?
I'm with my family and friends through this all. Tell them that I love them all the time. You just don't know when your last time with them really is.
What would you like to say to people out there?
It was the scariest moment in my life. I've never experienced anything like that before, and no one should ever have to be put through what I saw and what many people saw at Stoneman Douglas.
Unbelievable, and you can tell he is still in shock.
In shock, yeah.
Understandably. Well, we're learning more about. We have these new developments that are just into the newsroom from the Broward Public Defender's Office saying that Nicholas Cruz is, in fact, the shooter. They will not contest that he did it, but they do want the prosecutor's office to take the death penalty off the table as possible punishment.
And this comes as the FBI now admits it was told about Nicholas Cruz last month, but never let the Miami field office know.
Joining me now, and stay with us, Tom and Ken as well. Joining me now is Greg Pittman, a history teacher at Stoneman Douglas High School. I know you've been listening, and this is an acknowledgement from the FBI, whom we respect and honor and rely on in counterterrorism and in searching for lone wolves. But here they clearly overlooked a very specific warning as recently as January 5th.
Yes, Andrea, I agree with what you just said. It is disturbing and upsetting to hear that, but if we could take it one step back further, in Florida, you can't buy beer, you can't buy alcohol till you're 21, but you can go in and buy an AR-15 at 18. There is a problem with their laws. I agree. It appears the FBI perhaps have, again, missed a tip here that they should have gotten, but if he was never able to purchase the AR-15, at least until a later age or at all, this would have never occurred. That's probably our bigger root of the problem is going back to the gun laws. Obviously, there may be a slip up here, but if he never had the gun, this would have never happened at all.
And as your sheriff pointed out in interviews last night, Sheriff Israel was pointing out, they do not even know yet how many rounds were fired, because it's not only the weapon that's not controlled, but the ammo, the magazines, that has multiplied exponentially the threat to kids. The fact, Mr. Pittman, well, first of all, let me ask you, where were you when all this went down?
Originally, when everything started, I was in my classroom 927, which is kind of on the west side of the campus. The 1200 building is about 800 or 900 feet northeast of where I am. I used to teach in that building. I was one of the original teachers in that, but about a year and a half changed buildings. We thought it suspicious, one, that there's a fire alarm at 2:20. We already had a practice that morning. We practice our drills to know where to go, whether it's a fire alarm, whether it's a bomb alert, whether whatever type. We've practiced those, and our faculty, our students knew what to do. We proceeded to leave the building as we should. We went on to our area, and then another teacher told me that he actually heard shots, and then someone else on the walkies were telling us we need to move the kids further. We need to go on to a code black, we need to move further away. And so then we were aware, and then the kids were getting live streams from other kids in the rooms that were getting shot within a couple of minutes, and they were starting to panic. And so then we're trying to keep the kids control, and had to move about 1,800 or 1,900 kids off the west side of campus, keep them from jumping fences because they're starting to panic, because it kind of narrows down to where we had to move them through. And that's kind of where I was at that point. But everything that we did what we should have done. The kids did in general what they should have done. If the gun was never on campus, we would have never had this issue. And that gets back to some other potential problems that I see.
But the shocking thing is that this was, clearly he may have well timed this. So you had kids at dismissal time, which we know. But he knew exactly when they would be exposed. Correct?
He knew exactly what to do. He had been he had been a student here. So at that time of day, they're opening the gates for the cars, for the students to go to their cars and go out, for the buses to come out. I don't know. I understand Uber. From what I understand, Uber dropped him off at 2:19. This starts at 2:21. I'm assuming he came in from the senior lot. I'm assuming that without knowing, because it's the closest lot to the building. It's a minute to walk from there to walk in. The two of the security people that were killed, the athletic director and Mr. Feiss, I think their security posts are in that general area, so they would have been the first to get there, which is what happened, unfortunately, with them. And so he knew where to go. Then he proceeded in the building and got ready, and then pulled the fire alarm to make everyone come out into the hallways. He knew what he was doing. So he knew everything, what to do. And he knew, again, with the limited security personnel that we have, where to go and how to get in. And there's not enough money at any school in Florida because of our wonderful legislature, governor, and our Congress and our president to address the security needs at any of the schools. This is another problem that I'd love to see Congress, our state, and the president address, along with gun control. Mental issue is an issue, but that's not the only issue here, and they're avoiding these other issues that we really need to see both our state legislature, our governor, and Congress and the president address with additional funding for security. And also, if the gun never existed and this 18-year-old, 19-year-old never could have bought it, this never would have happened. And the other 18 or so mass shootings that we've had this year, those wouldn't have occurred either. Why? How many of these is it going to take before we see Congress and our state legislature and our president do something besides, now is not the time to talk about it? When is the right time to talk about protecting our most important asset in this country, our children? Please tell me. I want to know that answer, because I don't want the standard BS that we get from our politicians. I worked on Capitol Hill back in the 80s for John East. I know a little about politics. I've worked for Governor Martin in North Carolina. I've been a teacher for a while too. But enough of this BS. We need action besides lip service and going back and saying we can't do it now. And if it's mental issues, Mr. President, why are you cutting mental health programs 25%? What is wrong with this? We get a $1.5 trillion tax cut that we can't afford, but yet you can do these things. And we're supposed to protect our children with limited resources.
I understand
Money's not where the mouth is.
Well, I understand your anger. I'm wondering, how are your students? Have you talked to some of the kids about how they are doing? Because
I have.
Grief counseling is not going to be enough.
No, it's not, and I don't know how we're doing it. I mean, I've got good moments and bad moments. Again, when I see pictures and see people, I know when it's good and it's bad. I don't know what the plan is. We do have a meeting later today at 3:30 that's for teachers that want to go to discuss. I don't even know if we're having school yet next week. We've not been told. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to. It's all at this point. I don't know what the plan is. I'm sure there is some type of plan, and we're all going to have to deal with it individually and together. I do say we've got a strong group of students. We have a strong administration and teachers here. The limited number of, unfortunately, we did have fatalities here, are probably because of the people that we have on this campus were able to limit it. It's going to be difficult going forward. It's not going to be easy, but we'll need help. We'll need prayers, but we need more than prayers. We need action from our leaders to help make sure this problem never takes place again. And I think you've heard from many students here, many of them are addressing that concern, that it does not stop here, that these students and these faculty members that died did not do so in vain, that we can stop this. This is a problem in this country. Only place in the world this takes place.
Greg Pittman, thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time, and sorry. No words can express our sorrow what you're experiencing. Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Stories of survival are being told all over Parkland tonight.
Among those telling their stories is a woman who survived the shooting at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport last year and whose son survived the shooting on Wednesday. CBS 4's Ted Scouten is live at the school with that story. Ted.
Yeah, Rutabaga and Rick, people have been coming by this area for the past 2 days. They've been leaving a lot of flowers over there and notes and memories for the people who were killed in this tragedy. Now, as the community is grieving and coming to terms with all this, we're hearing so many stories of survival just as we walk around this area near the school, and all those stories are really pretty incredible.
We heard boom, 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 boom in the hall, and the kids instantaneously dropped to the floor.
Teacher Ivy Seamus and a class full of kids were in room 1214 when Nicholas Cruz is accused of opening fire on fellow students. Hannah Carbucci dove for cover under her teacher's desk.
He just shattered our window of our classroom and started shooting into the window, and he shot through the walls.
2 students died in that classroom. Nick DeWart was fatally shot. So was Helena Ramsey. In a sad twist, the kids were in a Holocaust studies class learning about the evil that comes from hate.
We watch eyewitness of people that survived the Holocaust, and here they are in their horrible own experience of hate.
For Annika Dean and her son Austin, their story of survival begins in January of last year.
So last year I was in the Fort Lauderdale airport in Terminal 2 when a gunman started firing, and I saw the gunman, I saw the shots being fired.
Annika knows the horror of being trapped by gunfire and the gratitude of a hero stepping in.
So I went on the other side of a smart cart, laid down, began praying, and a man climbed on top of my body and shielded me and said, "I will protect you."
Wednesday, Annika couldn't believe it was happening again. She first got a text from her son saying there was a school shooting drill. Minutes later, a follow-up saying it's real and they're on lockdown.
My heart sank, and I knew immediately how he felt, what he was going through.
Like his mom, he survived. Now he and so many families have to come to terms with what happened. Holocaust studies teacher Ivy Seamus is looking for a silver lining.
These kids, the ones that witness this, are going to be the ones that are going to spread love. I know they are. I know they are. And a lot of people are also paying their respects at the Parkland Amphitheater, and that's where a memorial has been set up. Live in Parkland, Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News.
Ted, thank you. Are already dealing with so much already. Elliot, thank you. Well, in Parkland tonight, we're learning more about the investigation into Nicholas Cruz.
And that includes a complicated history with law enforcement. CBS 4's Peter Dench is live tonight near the school with details. And Peter, you also spoke to a neighbor who knew Cruz.
That's right, Rutabaga and Rick. That neighbor knew the mother very well, and he called her son a loner. He recalls one instance where he actually saw Nicholas Cruz in his backyard years ago with a BB gun. Now, a lot of talk here at the school is centered around what we've been reporting, that the FBI is now investigating itself. The FBI says it's trying to figure out why it failed to act on a tip January 5th. The 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz was acting erratically and may have been planning a school shooting. The agency says it should have been deemed a credible threat and forwarded to the Miami field office. It was the second tip that the FBI has received about Cruz. In September of last year, a YouTube blogger reported that a Nicholas Cruz said, "I'm going to be a professional school shooter." That tip never reached the FBI's Miami office. BSO says Cruz confessed to being the shooter who took 17 lives at the school after legally buying an AR-15 assault rifle. One student told us,
"The problem comes from the community. Everyone created this because no one really was ever there for him. And someone needed to be there for him, and I'm sorry for not being there for him."
Now a man who knew Cruz's mother when Cruz and his half-brother lived in this Parkland home is speaking out and remembers one incident when Cruz was at his house with a BB gun.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was in my backyard one day. He had a BB gun with him, and then, BSO came and they picked him up and they just took him down the block back to his mom.
This man used to work in law enforcement and did not want to show his face. He remembers Cruz as a loner and was surprised to learn that BSO had received 39 calls to the Nicholas Cruz home between March of 2011 and October 2016 for incidents including domestic disturbances and a mentally ill person. The flu claimed the life of his mother, Linda, last November.
She was a really good mother. I mean, she adopted the kids at birth. It was the two brothers. And early on, when they were younger, the dad had passed away due to a heart attack. So it wasn't easy for her to raise them, as a single mom.
Cruz and his half-brother and mother left the home 2 years ago.
Mental illness is a disease. The kid was slightly autistic, and he's had some issues. The father died, he was adopted, the mother passed away.
Now, that close family friend told us that Cruz's father died when he was just 6 years old. BSO says Cruz, who was expelled from the school, confessed to the crime. Coming up at 5, we'll have the latest on a news conference that's scheduled here at the school in just a few minutes. We're live at Parkland. Peter Dench, CBS 4 News.
Peter, thank you very much. I'm Jessica Cartalia. Coming up later today on WJZ, the FBI now admits it got a tip about suspected Florida high school killer Nikolas Cruz, but did not properly follow up on that tip. The tip was called in January and mentioned a potential school shooting. Cruz is charged with killing 17 people at a school in Parkland, Florida earlier this week. More on the bombshell revelations today on WJZ. Schools remain on alert across Maryland in the wake of the Florida shooting. Several more threats were made today following the arrest of a teen with a pellet gun at Lock Raven High School on Thursday. Police say there are no specific credible threats, but they are stepping up patrols as a precaution. The Justice Department announces indictments against 13 Russians and 3 Russian companies for using social media to meddle in the 2016 presidential election. The indictment alleges the suspects and organizations used social media to spread distrust of the candidates and the political system. There are no Americans facing charges. We'll have more on the indictment this afternoon on WJZ. A verdict in the wrongful death lawsuit involving the fatal shooting of Corinne Gaines following a standoff with Baltimore County Police. WJZ is in the courtroom with reaction. Tune in for these stories and much more tonight at 4, 5, and 6.
Middle of the chaos as shots rang out, 2 sisters exchanged text messages, one on the inside, one on the outside at Stoneman Douglas. The messages they sent back and forth are heart-wrenching.
I was in the first floor of the freshman building that actually got shot into.
Hannah Carbochi is just 17 years old and saw things this week that no teenager should ever have to endure. What did you hear?
You can hear kids outside in the hallways that were there. They were screaming. The kids in my classroom were screaming. You can hear through the other doors and other walls the kids screaming inside. You can hear the bullet holes coming through the walls. You see the dust flying everywhere.
She tried to call 911 but couldn't get through, so she texted her sister.
She knew I had an iPhone, and she immediately texted me and was like, "Caitlin, there's an active shooter. I'm not joking. Call 911."
These are screen grabs of their actual text messages, exchanges in real time of horror as it happened. Hannah tells her sister, "I'm so scared." 2 students in her class had been shot.
2 that were in my class, Nicholas Dorrit and Helena Ramsey, they both lost their lives. They had such amazing lives going for them. Nicholas was a swimmer. Helena was a beautiful girl.
Obviously, as she read the text messages from the outside, Caitlin panicked.
I just froze at that moment. I was like, "Are you serious right now?" I didn't want to believe it at all. And I started to work myself up into a panic attack.
Still, she managed to call her father, who works for the sheriff's office. He went to the school and found Hannah.
And then I got a call from my dad, and he's like, "I have Hannah on the other line. She's safe. The cops have her, and she's on her way to me." And at that moment, I just took a sigh of relief knowing that she was safe.
When it was all over, when they first saw each other, they hugged for a long time. They haven't been far apart ever since. Jeff Patterson, News Channel 8.
Meadows in my 4th period class. That's when the gunman started to shoot around 2:20.
Yeah.
And I was with Meadow, talking to Meadow right before, the gunman started shooting.
Right.
Yeah, it is very sad, but at the same time, like, I know that she's in a safer place now, and the angels will be with her, and I'm very, very happy that she'll be much safer, and all the others up there are with her too. I remember her, we had a class together sophomore year, and she used to sit right next to me. We'd always used to like talk about assignments, and we both had always
It's okay.
Share with you. David Hogg was in school when the shooting started. His father is a retired FBI agent, so he recognized immediately that this was a gun. This wasn't a firecracker, this wasn't a drill. His teacher ushered him into a closet as the shooting was taking place. He thought to himself, if he and his classmates die in this closet, what would their stories be? What would we know about them? So here's what he did.
So right now we're in a school, an active shooter. It's not a drill, and it's currently.
Hello.
It's 2:52.
Where are you right now?
I heard one gunshot, and we thought it was a drill initially, but it's not.
So what's your message?
I really don't think there's anything new to say, but there shouldn't have to be, because if you looked around this closet and saw everyone just hiding together, you would know that this shouldn't be happening anymore, and that it doesn't deserve to happen to anyone.
Stoneman Douglas survivor and journalist, David Hogg is here with me now. David, first of all, we're so happy that you are here and that you're alive and well. Thank you very much for stopping by.
No problem. I just want people to hear that this is unacceptable and we can't let this continue happening. We've seen far too many.
So just take me back to that moment. You are in this closet, your teacher ushers you and your classmates into this closet, and you thought to yourself, if you should die here, and your classmates, what do you want us, the world, to know about them? So you pulled out your camera.
I pulled out my camera on my phone, and I wanted the world to know what it's like to be in this situation. I don't want people getting used to this, because this is not normal. There's no way this can ever be the new normal. But it's just unacceptable and deplorable. It shows the true state that this country's gotten to, and what I really wanted people to see in that, if I did die, was I wanted them to take inspiration, take their own action, because even if I was no longer around and my soul had passed on, the echoes of our stories would continue on and save thousands of other children's lives.
Were you scared?
Partially. We really thought this was a drill throughout much of it, surprisingly, because teachers and students had been talking about having a possible Code Red drill, which is an active shooter drill, for quite some time, and that's what we thought this was. But once we started seeing the headlines, we realized this was anything but a drill. This was life or death.
You've talked about the need for discussion, wherever you stand on this issue, to take place. What do you want people to know about what you experienced and what they should take away from your experiences and that of those survivors and those young lives who were taken?
I want people to picture themselves as children, because really what all of us are just grown-up children. And picture themselves like many of these 14-year-olds and 17 and 18-year-olds, what it was like when they were that age and what they would have been thinking in that situation. It's unimaginable. And for the people that say, well, we should like arm teachers and everything, for people that are critical of what anybody has done here, I ask them, have they been in this situation where there's just absolute chaos, gunshots raining through classrooms, and just sheer terror?
Sheer terror. What would you like to see happen?
I want to see a discussion. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're an independent. I want to see a discussion on whichever way you stand on this, because we don't have to go one way on this. We need a multifaceted attack to prevent these things from ever happening again. I respect everybody's opinion. I agree with both sides, honestly.
You do?
To some extent, because I agree that we do need more mental health care in America, but I also agree that we need possibly more gun safety laws, just to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again, because if we keep getting used to this type of thing, it's going to become the new norm, and the new norm will be the death of our future and the death of our children.
Do you think that we've normalized these horrific shootings?
Do I think, or do I know, is the better question. I know we've become normalized to this. The fact that there have been 18, and I watch the news every day and have only heard of a select few, really echoes and resonates with the current state, the broken state that America is in. And that we need to take a long, hard look and realize we must change if we want to save our future.
And to be clear, as I stated when we were introducing you, your dad's a former retired FBI agent. You have shot weapons.
Yeah.
You've shot an automatic rifle?
Not an automatic, but an assault rifle.
An assault rifle, you have?
Not too unlike, it was an MP5, not too, as far as I know. I'm not too familiar with guns because I'm a pacifist.
Right.
But, well, I wasn't at the time, obviously, but, yeah, that's how I really knew. And my dad's education in these type of events, I think really helped me save my life and possibly some of those around me, because I was able to calm some of the other people down around me, because the teachers don't know what's going on. The students don't know what's going on. It's absolute chaos. And the important thing to remember in these situations, for anybody unlucky enough to be in one, and sadly enough, there is a solid chance that there's going to be another mass shooting, at least this year, unless we take action. Just know that you need to remain calm, and if it comes between you and them, you have to fight. You really do. And that's what I'm trying to do here today, is fight for, I'm fighting for all of my fellow Eagles at Stoneman Douglas that are either too afraid to speak, too shook to speak. I'm speaking up because I don't want this to be just another mass shooting. I want this to be the last mass shooting at schools.
Last question for you, David. We understand the president is going to come to Florida. If you could talk to him, what would you say?
Please. We accept your condolences, but, well, at least I accept your condolences. I can't speak on behalf of the 17 families that have had their children slaughtered in a school. But what I would say to him is, don't lie. Take actual action, and don't succumb to lobbyists and different interest groups that want to skew it the other way. Because what we need is a reform on a level of whatever the American people want. I think what we really need is a multifaceted attack, as I said earlier. Because regardless, we can't just test out one system, and if it doesn't work, blame the other side. That's only going to divide us more than we already are. We need to do both things at the same time and become true Americans and not political parties.
David Hogg, you are a survivor of the Stoneman Douglas massacre, but you're also a journalist, and you're my peer, and hopefully one day you'll be a colleague. Thank you very much for coming by. Thank you very much. There's another survivor whose story we want to share with you. David Hogg was in school when the shooting started. His father is a retired FBI agent, so he recognized immediately that this was a gun. This wasn't a firecracker, this wasn't a drill. His teacher ushered him into a closet as the shooting was taking place. He thought to himself, if he and his classmates die in this closet, what would their stories be? What would we know about them? So here's what he did.
So right now we're in a school, an active shooter. It's not a drill, and it's currently...
Hello?
It's 2:52.
Where are you right now?
I heard one gunshot, and we thought it was a drill initially, but it's not.
So what's your message?
I really don't think there's anything new to say, but there shouldn't have to be, because if you looked around this closet and saw everyone just hiding together, you would know that this shouldn't be happening anymore, and that it doesn't deserve to happen to anyone.
Stoneman Douglas survivor and student journalist, forget student, journalist, David Hogg is here with me now. David, first of all, we're so happy that you are here and that you're alive and well. Thank you very much for stopping by.
No problem. I just want people to hear that this is unacceptable, and we can't let this continue happening. We've seen far too many.
So just take me back to that moment. You are in this closet, your teacher ushers you and your classmates into this closet, and you thought to yourself, if you should die here, and your classmates, what do you want us, the world, to know about them? So you pulled out your camera.
I pulled out my camera on my phone, and I wanted the world to know what it's like to be in this situation. I don't want people getting used to this, because this is not normal. There's no way this can ever be the new normal. But it's just unacceptable and deplorable. It shows the true state that this country's gotten to, and what I really wanted people to see in that, if I did die, was I wanted them to take inspiration, take their own action, because even if I was no longer around and my soul had passed on, the echoes of our stories would continue on and save thousands of other children's lives.
Were you scared?
Partially. We really thought this was a drill throughout much of it, surprisingly, because teachers and students had been talking about having a possible code red drill, which is an active shooter drill, for quite some time, and that's what we thought this was. But once we started seeing the headlines, we realized this was anything but a drill. This was life or death.
You've talked about the need for discussion wherever you stand on this issue to take place, what do you want people to know about what you experienced and what they should take away from your experiences and that of those survivors and those young lives who were taken?
I want people to picture themselves as children, because really what all of us are just grown-up children. And picture themselves like many of these 14-year-olds and 17 and 18-year-olds, what it was like when they were that age and what they would have been thinking in that situation. It's unimaginable. And for the people that say, well, we should like arm teachers and everything, for people that are critical of what anybody's done here, I ask them, have they been in this situation where there's just absolute chaos, gunshots raining through classrooms, and just sheer terror?
Sheer terror. What would you like to see happen?
I want to see a discussion. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're an independent. I want to see a discussion on whichever way you stand on this, because we don't have to go one way on this. We need a multifaceted attack to prevent these things from ever happening again. I respect everybody's opinion. I agree with both sides, honestly.
You do?
To some extent, because I agree that we do need more mental health care in America, but I also agree that we need possibly more gun safety laws. Just to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again, because if we keep getting used to this type of thing, it's going to become the new norm, and the new norm will be the death of our future and the death of our children.
Do you think that we've normalized these horrific shootings?
Do I think, or do I know, is the better question. I know we've become normalized to this. The fact that there have been 18, and I watch the news every day and have only heard of a select few, really echoes and resonates with the current state, the broken state that America is in. And that we need to take a long, hard look and realize we must change if we want to save our future.
And to be clear, as I stated when we were introducing you, your dad's a former retired FBI agent. You have shot weapons.
Yeah.
You've shot an automatic rifle?
Not an automatic, but an assault rifle.
An assault rifle, you have.
Not too unlike, it was an MP5, not too, as far as I know. I'm not too familiar with guns because I'm a pacifist.
Right.
But, well, I wasn't at the time, obviously, but, yeah, that's how I really knew. And my dad's education in these type of events, I think really helped me save my life and possibly some of those around me, because I was able to calm some of the other people down around me, because the teachers don't know what's going on. The students don't know what's going on. It's absolute chaos. And the important thing to remember in these situations, for anybody unlucky enough to be in one, and sadly enough, there is a solid chance that there's going to be another mass shooting, at least this year, unless we take action. Just know that you need to remain calm, and if it comes between you and them, you have to fight. You really do. And that's what I'm trying to do here today, is fight for. I'm fighting for all of my fellow Eagles at Stoneman Douglas that are either too afraid to speak, too shook to speak. I'm speaking out because I don't want this to be just another mass shooting. I want this to be the last mass shooting at schools.
Last question for you, David. We understand the president is going to come to Florida. If you could talk to him, what would you say?
Please. We accept your condolences, but, well, at least I accept your condolences. I can't speak on behalf of the 17 families that have had their children slaughtered in a school. But what I would say to him is, don't lie. Take actual action, and don't succumb to lobbyists and different interest groups that want to skew it the other way. Because what we need is a reform on a level of whatever the American people want. I think what we really need is a multifaceted attack, as I said earlier, because regardless, we can't just test out one system and if it doesn't work, blame the other side. That's only going to divide us more than we already are. We need to do both things at the same time and become true Americans and not political parties.
David Hogg, you are a survivor of the Stoneman Douglas massacre, but you're also a journalist, and you're my peer, and hopefully one day you'll be a colleague. Thank you very much for coming by. We appreciate it. There you have it, Anne-Marie. Very strong words for a young man, only 17 years old, who lived through something that you and I couldn't.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, you can. Sorry.
To the American public, when you ask what you can do, I personally don't care what your opinion is on this situation, whether you think it's mental health care that needs to be reformed or gun reform. Whatever it is, speak out for it. Go to your congressman today. Write a letter to them. Call them. That's how we're going to prevent the next mass tragedy. Because right now, if we get accustomed to it, nothing's going to change. More children are going to die, and with those children, so will our future.
David, thank you very much for talking to us. David lived through something, Anne-Marie, that you or I can never understand, what it's like to be in a mass shooting incident, and what we're now learning about what this individual did in preparing to carry out this heinous act is something that our Manuel Bojorquez is looking into.
Well, rather than debate the rights and wrongs of U.S. gun laws, again, instead we're going to talk to two people intimately and directly involved in two prior mass shootings. Join me for Denver is Tom Mauser, the father of a victim of the 1999 Columbine massacre, and in Blacksburg, the author Lucinda Roy, who's a professor at Virginia Tech University, where she taught the gunman responsible for the 2007 shooting. Thank you both very much for joining us tonight. First of all, if I can talk to you, Tom Mauser. I imagine every day is a hard day, but does it make it worse when you're reminded by yet another shooting in a school?
Oh, absolutely. It takes you back to that day, and you can just imagine what those parents are going through because you went through it too.
And when you look at the profile of Nikolas Cruz, orphaned, I gather he recently lost his mother, disruptive, expelled from school, apparently not allowed in the area, with a backpack on YouTube saying to people that he wanted to be a professional school shooter. It must break your heart that nothing was able to be done to stop him.
That's right. He fits the profile. This is the profile of someone who was troubled and dangerous, and yet we did nothing about it.
What do you think is the problem there? Is it a lack of coordination, a lack of care, a lack of concern about what's happened previously in order to try and make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I think there is a lack of coordination, for example, in some cases between the police and the schools and other organizations that need to know what's going on. And there is also a sense of there's nothing we can do about it anyhow, because, oh, well, that could affect his rights. And as a result, we're paralyzed. And we have law enforcement that feels that there's just not much they can do about cases like this to stop it.
Well,
and it's simply not true.
Well, your son Daniel was so cruelly killed with the others, and I wonder what parents at Columbine did afterwards to promote the very things you're talking about now, to say, you know, we must make sure this never happens again. And I wonder if eventually it just fell on deaf ears.
I think some changes were made. Certainly, the law enforcement learned that they had to go into the schools against an active shooter, not just wait outside like they did at Columbine. The schools are much more prepared for these attacks. But in terms of really stopping the attacks and keeping guns away from people who make these attacks, no, very, very little has been done.
And yet, you know, we have President Trump speaking directly to the children of America, saying that he's going to make the schools safe, and no talk of guns. And we have a White House, presumably, that doesn't want to change the right to bear arms.
That's right. I mean, the president made it into that office with a lot of support from the National Rifle Association. He is not going to speak badly about guns. And so long as we're not speaking of guns as part of this issue, we're not going to get anywhere.
Thank you very much. Indeed. I want to...
The president's...
Sorry, I want to turn to, thank you, I want to turn to Lucinda Roy, because you taught the man that went on to kill 32 people at Virginia Tech, Sing-Ha Cho. You taught him, and you had fears and worries. What happened?
I reported the student to a number of different entities at university, including law enforcement and dean of students and so on, because I knew that it was very difficult for there to be a kind of consensus about what needs to be done. So I always tried to make sure I got as many people involved as possible.
But take us through why you were so concerned about this student.
This was a student who was 23 or 22 years old. He had not really spoken much since he was 3 years old. He suffered from something called selective mutism, which meant that he didn't speak out loud very often in social situations. But he also seemed very angry, and he wrote an angry poem about a class, and I didn't feel that it was safe to leave him in the class. Unfortunately, the only option I had was to try to work with him myself, so that's what I did. But things have changed greatly since that time. And for the most part, you can get help for students, but the trouble is you can still only get it for 2 or 3 days often, and then they can come back to the classroom because there just is not enough support for mental health and not enough funds for it. So unless we try to look at that as well as the gun issue, we'll still be in trouble.
Yes, and I see that Tom Mauser is nodding in agreement with you. So you have a situation, Lucinda Roy, where you have a student kills 32 people, and the trauma in the whole college must be horrific. But yet I imagine if you debate the right to have a gun, a number of students in the university would still say, we believe it's the American way, we believe it's part of our identity. So you have got that terrible dilemma.
Many of the students did lobby for guns and wanted to have the right to bring guns to campus so that they could defend themselves. And in fact, the NRA tries to stoke that kind of thing as much as possible. So it can be difficult to try to get some communication through the noise and make sure that people understand that as long as America is in denial, it will keep slaughtering its children, which is exactly what's happening.
But what happens with each one? You know, it happened after Columbine, happened after Sandy Hook, was that there, everybody says, oh, this is going to be the tipping point. This is going to be the one which really kind of kickstarts a change in American culture, and it never happens. But I wonder if you think there might be a generational change, that some of the children have seen, with social media as well, have seen these terrible massacres and so forth, might adopt a different attitude going forward. What do you think?
That's so true. And I go around the country talking about troubled students and campus safety. And one of the things that I've understood is that this is the first lockdown generation. And it's so ridiculous that adults still think that they can't talk with young people about this, because young people live it every day. And they are incredibly brave. And they know that something needs to be done because they're living in classes that are terrorist sites. So we really do have to do something, and what's inspiring is to see how many young people are coming forward and are going to make sure that things do change.
Let me put that to Tom. Do you notice a sea change in the younger generation, in fact, the generation that went through the horror of Columbine?
Yes, I do see that. And I think especially young people are asking and should be asking, is this the kind of world I want to live in? Because really the gun lobby in America is saying the only way to be safe is to have more guns, teachers with guns, people carrying concealed weapons around, openly carrying weapons. That's the only way to be safe. And I think they're asking themselves that question. Is this the kind of country we want to live in?
Thank you both very much.
Thousands are gathered at this hour from all over the country to honor a fallen hero. This is a live look at the services honoring Jason Dickey. He paid the ultimate sacrifice, losing his life fighting a large fire in Lawrenceburg earlier this week. He was an 11-year veteran on the force and had put his own life on the line before, rescuing people from drowning in creeks and from burning homes. His funeral services are being held at Mars Hill Baptist Church in Lawrenceburg right now. As you can see, he was a married father of 2 with a new baby on the way in just days. We'll have much more on the life of Jason Dickey later on our news at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock. Funerals are also underway for some of the 17 shooting victims who were gunned down at their high school in Florida. People came from all over the country for an emotional vigil last night to pay tribute to those killed. More information is coming out about the 19-year-old suspect who used his assault rifle and confessed to the attack. Kenneth Craig is there.
Friends and family of Alyssa Al-Hadef held a funeral for the 14-year-old today. The teenager is one of 17 people killed in a mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on Valentine's Day. Yesterday, her mother charged President Trump with making sure it never happens again.
President Trump, you say, what can you do? You can stop the guns from getting into these children's hands.
The message was similar at last night's vigil, where 8,000 people gathered. Fred Gutenberg lost his daughter, Jamie.
I sent her to school yesterday. She was supposed to be safe.
Democratic Senator Bill Nelson was at the high school today and wants assault weapons off the streets.
Maybe these students speaking out so boldly as they have on national TV
maybe this will be the turning point because, in fact, enough is enough.
President Trump is coming to his Mar-a-Lago estate this weekend, about 40 miles north of here. He plans to meet with families whose lives have been shattered. Authorities say 19-year-old Nicholas Cruz confessed to the shooting using an AR-15, which he bought legally.
Obviously, he shouldn't have had that weapon and shouldn't have been able to do the kinds of things that he did.
Authorities say Cruz was in the school for only 6 minutes, shooting people on the first and second floors. On the third floor, he tried to shoot through a window at students fleeing, but the safety glass didn't shatter. Kenneth Craig, CBS News, Parkland, Florida.
Also happening today, the 15-year-old accused of the deadly shooting at Marshall County High School near Paducah, Kentucky, is expected in court. He's scheduled to be arraigned at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The student, who has not been named by officials, is accused of killing 15-year-old classmates Bailey Holt and Preston Cope and injuring more than a dozen others. Today's arraignment is the next step before we learn if that teen will be tried as a juvenile or an adult. Download the News Channel 5 app for around-the-clock updates in this case. Another daring robbery at gunpoint with teenagers who are apparently fearless, and police are venting their frustration with the trend of the same dangerous suspects over and over. Our Sophie Nielsen-Colding is following the latest.
Luckily, no one was hurt in all of this, but definitely disturbing that police think teenagers are responsible for the armed robbery that happened at this Mapco behind me in Belmead. It happened just before midnight. The clerk says these two males walked in, and one of them had a gun, pointed it at him, and they stole a bunch of cash and, get this, candy bars. Now, according to police, this is a disturbing trend where teenagers with guns are going out and committing often violent crimes in the metro area. We've seen a string of them lately. Actually, every morning this week, we've been reporting on these crimes where the suspects are teens. You might remember Wednesday night there was a shooting outside the Green Hills Library. Suspects in that shooting, they're teenagers. And of course, the shooting across the street from Pearl Cone High School. This is the suspect in that case, 14-year-old Rico Ransom, and he is still wanted by police today. For now, reporting in Belmead, Sophie Nielsen-Colding, News Channel 5.
We heard boom, 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 boom in the hall, and the kids instantaneously dropped to the floor. Then they tried hiding behind file cabinets. They went behind my desk. And seconds after that, the gunman shot his AK-15 into the glass panel of my door and hit several of my students, and two were fatally wounded. Well, we were trained. I wanted to be calm for the kids, and I was surprisingly very calm. We were trying to call 911. There's no service in my classroom, cell phone service, so we were desperately trying to call 911. I think one girl was able to get through. The kids were calming each other down. They were holding each other. Some kids were shaking terribly, but we were together, and we were just fearful that he was going to reach in that glass panel and open the door, which thank goodness he did not. I don't know if you even have a chance to think. You just have to think, I'm with these kids. I didn't want them to think it was their last moment. We were holding each other, telling each other to be quiet. We were just all worried. I don't know that we were thinking ahead. We were just thinking in that moment. And I love them every day, but on this day, it was amazing. And so we waited and quietly, and there were terrible injuries in the classroom. Two kids were laying there lifeless, and then we waited, and the SWAT team came to get us. We teach about eradicating hate. We talk about hate. It's an elective class. The kids took it on purpose so they can learn about love and each other, and we do all kinds of activities, and we watch eyewitness of people that survived the Holocaust, and here they are in their horrible own experience of hate. These kids, the ones that witness this, are going to be the ones that are going to spread love. I know they are. I know they are.
There's nothing to understand. This is not something that we can comprehend, that we can wrap our heads around. Obviously, this is still fresh, and we're shocked by this. We don't quite understand the magnitude of this, and I don't know if we'll ever be able to understand that. This is school. For a little bit, we thought it was a drill, but then it really starts to set in that this is not a drill, this is real life. And just saying that, even, this is not real life. This can't be real. It can't be real.
Several survivors are in the hospital still recovering this noon. Let's continue our coverage with CBS 4's Bianca Peters.
She's live at Broward Health North and Deerfield Beach. And Bianca, what's the latest on the victims' conditions?
Yeah, the latest update that we do have is that 2 of those victims were discharged last night. 2 remain still in fair condition right behind me at Broward Health North. 1 person still in critical condition fighting for their life. In Fort Lauderdale at Broward Health Medical Center, we still have 4 people in fair condition there, meaning that their vital signs are normal and within normal limits. But unfortunately, on the other side of things, this morning we were at Pine Trails Park. That's where they had that vigil last night, where thousands came to remember the 17 that did not make it.
From a midday ceremony at Park Ridge Church,
we were heartbroken. We were in shock.
To a sunset vigil at Pines Trail Park.
I mean, this is the park where our children play, and now there are crosses around it. This is unfathomable in our community and in any community.
Arguably the most memorable image in a crowd of thousands were the 17 angels that took center stage.
We love you, and we never want to go through the tragedy of losing you.
And the people who talked about them.
And she's like, I gotta go, Dad, bye. And I don't always get to say, I love you. I don't remember if I said that to Jamie yesterday morning.
No words could sum up the emotions felt throughout.
They were my neighbors that we had to bury, or my friends' siblings that we had to say goodbye to, and there's no really justice in that, besides trying to be there for each other.
Some people did their best to write them down. They sang, and they prayed. And when the writing wasn't enough, Parklanders carry the burden for others.
No, it's that all the people here are here because we love each other, and every child is our child. Every loss is our loss.
The ceremonies only lasted a couple of hours, but the memories will last a lifetime.
Now, that vigil site is still open to the public today. And importantly, you heard the father of Jamie Gutenberg, one of the victims, say that he didn't remember saying he loved her before he dropped her off. So just want to remind you today and all the days following this to say I love you. Remember to say that, because you cannot say it enough. Reporting in Deerfield Beach, Bianca Peters, CBS 4 News.
You are right about that, Bianca. Thank you for that live report. And
You are looking at 17-year-old Nicholas Dworet. He would have been a swimmer for the University of Indianapolis this fall. 14-year-old Elena Petty was a member of the junior ROTC program and helped victims of Hurricane Irma. Aaron Feiss, a football coach who selflessly shielded students from the shooter when he was shot.
He would do anything for us.
And geography teacher Scott Beagle unlocked his classroom so students running from gunfire could take shelter. He was shot at the door. Survivors of this shooting rampage say this is enough.
And the numerous other families that have to go home to silent rooms for the rest of their lives with no children is absolutely unacceptable. It's deplorable. And something has to change. The policymakers in this country must work together. And I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. These are children's lives.
Some students told CBS Evening News anchor Jeff Glor they have to be strong.
It's not that we have to do this for ourselves, we have to do this for those who can't. Because there's plenty of people right now who have things to say, who have things to be here for, but they can't bring themselves to do it, and we have to be here for them.
A Florida senator says authorities told him crews tried to fire out the school's third-floor windows at students as they were leaving the school. Thankfully, though, the windows made of safety glass did not shatter. Merce and Roseanne, the loss of life could have been much greater.
All right, Susanna, thank you.
Among the students killed in the shooting was senior Nicholas Dworet. He was a competitive swimmer who was headed to the University of Indianapolis on an athletic scholarship in the fall.
Swimming. He dreamed of making the Olympic swim team and going to the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo.
Those who know him say Dworet was a young man who dreamed about his future. Among the other victims, 17-year-old Joaquin Oliver, who was born in Venezuela and became an American citizen last year. Elena Petty was a member of the junior ROTC and is described by her family as someone who loved to serve others. Instead of running away from the violence, 15-year-old Peter Wang held the door open for his classmates to help them escape. And when the shooting started, students say assistant football coach and security guard Aaron Feiss ran towards the gunshots. A candlelight vigil in Bucks County will be held this evening to remember the victims of the Florida school shooting. It starts at 5 o'clock in front of the playground at the corner of Maple Avenue and Route 413 in Langhorne. After the vigil, the nearby Peace Center will host a discussion on gun violence. And you can count on CBS 3 for continuing coverage of the Florida shooting. We'll have the latest on TV and online on our website, cbsphilly.com.
Those incredible acts of heroism during that deadly school rampage. Assistant football coach Aaron Feist acted as a human shield, coming between students and the bullets, sacrificing his own life to save others. Let's go back to Tom Yamas, who sat down with some of the people who knew him well. Tom?
Michael, good morning again. So many of us have had that coach or teacher in our lives that was always there with a smile, always there with a joke, who could make going to high school fun. That was Coach Feist, and that's why this moment right now is so difficult for this community, because he's gone. I didn't know this man, but after speaking to his head coach and his players, I wish I did.
37-year-old Aaron Feist, a beloved husband, father, and football coach.
The kids in this community loved him. They adored him. He was one of the greatest people I knew.
Students and faculty say Feist died protecting students, getting in the line of fire.
I saw him with a gun, and then I saw two people fall, and then I saw Mr. Feist fall, and he said, "Get back inside."
His bravery and tall stature also came with a big heart. To his players and fellow coaches, he was well known as someone who could always make them laugh.
He always would carry a Gatorade towel, and I saw it on the floor, so I picked it up. Said, "Hey, Coach Feist, I got something to tell you." He turned around, whacked him right in the butt. And I've never seen him run faster than that.
What was Coach Feist like?
One of the best guys I know. Just open-hearted, open to anyone, always there for people. If you needed him, he would, on his golf cart, strolling right to you.
It was his golf cart that Coach Feist, also one of the school security guards, would use Wednesday, racing to help others.
Coach Feist went in the building and went to go up one of the stairwells, and as the shooter was coming down the stairwell, and I understood that he took a girl and kind of pushed her out of the door and got in front of the shooter, and that's when the shooter shot him.
You remember where you were and how you got the news?
I didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to, I didn't want for it to be true. I love him. I love him, and things are going to be real hard and difficult, to go back to school and not be able to see my buddy.
What was he for the football team?
Say someone messed up, he wouldn't come over screaming at you. He'd come over, tell you what you did wrong, tell you how you could do it right.
Great coach, great man, put a smile on my face every single day.
If you could have told Coach Feist something before he left us, what would you have told him?
I would thank him for everything he's done for us, all the countless times. Told him everything, spilled out my heart, my chest. He was always there for me.
Coach May, have you thought about it, what you would tell him?
I'll miss him. I'll miss seeing him every day. I told him I loved him a lot. He was my friend. I would just tell him I miss the heck out of him.
He really is a hero, right?
Yeah, but he didn't have to get shot to be a hero. He was a hero every day. He was a hero every day because, people looked up to him and respected him. It's not a high-paying job, but if you can change somebody's life, and make him into a better person, that's what it's all about. He wanted you to be something great.
I just wish that we had maybe one more minute or one more conversation. I'm just grateful for the man he was and the man he's helped me become.
Coach Feist leaves behind a daughter he always talked about, a wife he loved, and an entire school he cared for. Guys, back to you.
What he said, what we heard, he didn't have to get shot to be a hero. He was already a hero
changing
before
lives
that.
every day.
Yeah, but teachers, like he said, they sacrifice so much. They do not get paid what they should get paid, and to now be on the front lines, as we see over and over again.
We heard the same thing yesterday from the student of Mr. Beagle, who also lost.
Right.
It's like saying she was so grateful to him for everything he did inside that
They
classroom.
were all loved, you can see, by the students, by the other teachers, by their families, and they showed the ultimate love for everybody else.
And that's a school where families move to that area to go to that school. It's one of the highest rated in the state.
It is.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
There are more than 3,000 students at Stoneman Douglas High School where the deadly attack happened. Each of the students, faculty, and staff will have their own stories of survival to tell. Our own News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson in Parkland from the beginning of this story found two sisters with an emotionally gripping story of making it through the worst.
In the middle of the chaos, as shots rang out, two sisters exchanged text messages, one on the inside, one on the outside at Stoneman Douglas. The messages they sent back and forth are heart-wrenching.
I was in the first floor of the freshman building that actually got shot into.
Hannah Carbochi is just 17 years old and saw things this week that no teenager should ever have to endure. What did you hear?
You can hear kids outside in the hallways that were there. They were screaming. The kids in my classroom were screaming. You can hear through the other doors and other walls the kids screaming inside. You can hear the bullet holes coming through the walls. You see the dust flying everywhere.
She tried to call 911, but couldn't get through, so she texted her sister.
She knew I had an iPhone, and she immediately texted me and was like, "Caitlin, there's an active shooter. I'm not joking. Call 911."
These are screen grabs of their actual text messages, exchanges in real time of horror as it happened. Hannah tells her sister, "I'm so scared." Two students in her class had been shot.
Two that were in my class, Nicholas Dorrit and Helena Ramsey, they both lost their lives. They had such amazing lives going for them. Nicholas was a swimmer. Helena was a beautiful girl.
Obviously, as she read the text messages from the outside, Caitlin panicked.
I just froze at that moment. I was like, "Are you serious right now?" I didn't want to believe it at all. And I started to work myself up into a panic attack.
Still, she managed to call her father, who works for the sheriff's office. He went to the school and found Hannah.
And then I got a call from my dad, and he's like, "I have Hannah on the other line. She's safe. The cops have her, and she's on her way to me." And at that moment, I just took a sigh of relief knowing that she was safe.
When it was all over, when they first saw each other, they hugged for a long time. They haven't been far apart ever since. Jeff Patterson, News Channel 8.
There are questions growing also about the warning signs missed. People who knew the 19-year-old shooter say he had a troubled past and disturbing social media posts. Our chief national correspondent Tom Yamas is in Fort Lauderdale. And Tom, there's focus now on a tip to the FBI.
That's right, George. There was a tip to the FBI, and it involved social media, but the agency says they did not have enough information at the time. Now, regardless of that, we've been digging into Nicholas Cruz's background, and what we've been told is about a long struggle with mental illness and a history of violence. This morning, authorities describing the mind of alleged shooter Nicholas Cruz as warped and possibly demented. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News the 19-year-old gunman told investigators he heard voices in his head directing him to conduct the attack. And according to the arrest affidavit, Cruz allegedly confessed to the killings after being taken into custody. Cruz's lawyers say he was battling mental illness recently, magnified by the passing of his mother, who died from the flu. Overnight, a family friend telling ABC News Linda Cruz was devoted to Nicholas and his little brother.
She never did anything. She never went anywhere. She was always with her children, every single day, every minute. So I don't understand how this tragedy happened.
But in the neighborhood where the alleged gunman grew up, memories of strange behavior since he was a boy.
Do you remember him doing anything in the neighborhood that was strange?
Yeah, he shot at chickens across. He used to have a little pellet gun, and he shot at chickens across in the back there.
He cornered a squirrel and was pegging rocks at it, trying to kill it.
ABC affiliate WPLG reports Cruz was expelled from the high school on February 8th last year. 3 days later, he legally bought the AR-15 at this gun store, less than 10 miles from the school. Yesterday led into court with his ankles and wrists in cuffs.
Are you Nicholas Jacob Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. You are charged with 17 counts of premeditated murder.
His defense team says he's on suicide watch at the jail.
This is a loss for this community, a tragic loss of 17 children.
The horror of it all
Too much for one of Cruz's defense lawyers. The assistant public defender getting emotional during a news conference and walking away to compose himself.
This young man is deeply disturbed, emotionally broken.
The disturbed nature seems apparent from his social media activity. Sources tell ABC News that this Instagram account belongs to the suspect. In one photo, he's seen holding a pistol. And there were other signs of trouble. In September, video blogger Ben Benite saw a comment on his YouTube page. A commenter with the name Nicholas Cruz posting, "I'm gonna be a professional school shooter."
Thought that to be odd and disturbing, so I forwarded that screenshot to the FBI and reported it to YouTube.
The FBI looked into the post but couldn't track down Cruz.
Now, as far as Cruz's mental state, sources have told us he was in therapy at one point. Family friends have told us he did take medication at one point. But by all accounts, when his mother died, George, he went into a free fall of darkness. George?
As his defender said, emotionally broken. Okay, thanks, Tom. We have our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, here right now. So many signs that this young man mentally ill. You could almost argue it's by definition in a case like this, but that doesn't mean an insanity defense can succeed.
That's right. Just having been in therapy, having even a documented history of significant mental illness wouldn't necessarily be enough to win an insanity defense. We saw this in the Aurora, Colorado shooting in that movie theater. James Holmes, in that case, was mentally ill. There's no question about it. And yet, he did not succeed in his defense of insanity.
So why? What is the
You
standard?
have to be able to show that effectively you didn't understand what you were doing was wrong. And the problem is any bit of premeditation, any bit of thought as to how you would go about committing the crime, about, for example, him running away with the other kids, all shows that he knew what he did was wrong in some way.
He was killing people.
That's right. In some way, shape, or form. So people out there, I think people sort of get really concerned about the insanity defense and, oh, this person's going to get off. It almost never succeeds these days, particularly in a case like this where you have multiple victims, you have someone who prepared for it, you have someone who tried to escape with the rest of the people. This is going to be an almost impossible insanity defense if that's what he pursues.
Then it raises the question of the death penalty, Florida death penalty state.
I don't think there's any question he's going to face the death penalty, and that's where this could help. The fact, if a jury believes he had significant mental illness, they won't find him not guilty. He'll still be found guilty, but it is possible that he could avoid the death penalty because of mental illness.
It would come in a much later stage.
That's right. It would be a separate phase of the case where the jury would make a recommendation to the judge as to death or not death. You'd have to have a unanimous verdict. And if they do recommend unanimously death, then the judge has the final word.
Dan Abrams, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We're beginning today with a tragedy. Breaking news out of Florida, where a school shooter is still at large, according to authorities this afternoon, after injuring high school students in a, quote, mass casualty attack at a Parkland, Florida high school that's in Broward County, Florida. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School is its name. Scenes of panic outside the school this afternoon. Now sadly familiar high schoolers running from campus, walking out with their hands in the air, police officers with guns drawn. President Trump has been briefed on the situation. He has spoken to Florida Governor Rick Scott. The president also just tweeted moments ago, "My prayers and condolences to the families of the victims of the terrible Florida shooting. No child, teacher, or anyone else should ever feel unsafe in an American school," unquote. Let's go now to the mayor of Parkland, Florida, Christine Kachansky, who's on the scene. Madam Mayor, thanks for joining us. What can you tell us? Do you have any idea how many people were wounded, how many people may have been killed?
Yes, I have personally not received any firsthand information on that. They have set up a perimeter here, and we are obeying by the perimeter so that the police and the EMS first responders are able to do their job without being hindered.
So right now, local news accounts in your area in Florida say that 20 people have been injured, and the Miami Herald heard from a fire chief saying that there was one fatality. You haven't heard specifically anything about those numbers? I have
not received any firsthand information on those numbers.
What do you know about the status of the shooter? Law enforcement said the individual is still at large. Is that still the case?
I am not certain of that. We keep hearing rumors out here, but I have had nothing confirmed. Again, the police are very busy right now, still inside the school, securing everything and letting students out as their area is secured. And that's where their focus has been and should be.
The school has about 3,000 students. Do you have any idea how many of those students remain in the school waiting to be evacuated?
I do not, but I do know quite a few have already been released.
There were images from a local TV affiliate of a man, it appeared a young man, perhaps even a student, in a maroon T-shirt, looking as though he was being arrested or at least detained. Do you know anything about that?
I've heard that rumor as well, but I have not heard that firsthand from anyone officially here.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't a rumor. I mean, we saw the images. We just don't know who that person is or if it was definitely the suspect. What's your message for any parents who are watching right now? We've spoken to a number of them. Many of them are frantic. Their loved ones, their children are still inside the school. They're worried about their safety. What can you tell them?
I'm telling them that, first of all, we're thinking of everybody here. This is a very tragic situation for everybody involved. They need to abide by the perimeter that's been set up by the police and the first responders. They are working hard to do what they can to make this situation safe again. And the parents have been in touch with thank goodness for cell phones and text these days. They've been in touch with their students. They need to tell them to remain inside until the police come and to not open for anybody except the police.
But as far as you know, it is still an active shooter situation and the individual may still be at large.
Right, may. We have not received any firsthand confirmation one way or another, and the perimeter has still been set up and everybody's still back from the school at this point still.
Madam Mayor, have you spoken to any of the teachers or any of the students who were in the school when this happened?
Yes.
Can you give us a rough idea of their description of what happened?
I don't want to be giving secondhand information. They were very sad. They were very upset. And I'd prefer not to discuss secondhand information. They were very scared, though.
What can you tell?
And almost in shock when they came out speaking.
I'm sorry, say that again?
And they were almost in shock, some of them, when they came out and were talking.
No, of course, understandably. We've been told by some of the parents that this is a school that like many schools across the country, regularly engages in preparation and training for a day such as this. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Our school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, is part of the Broward County school system, and they do this training regularly at all the schools in Broward County.
And
it's unfortunate in our day and age that has to be done.
Yeah. Obviously, you can't confirm the reports that we've heard of at least 20 injured, and the Miami Herald reporting that a fire chief has said there's one fatality, if not more. Obviously, a horrible day in Broward County. What kind of security, can you tell us, does this school have?
The school has a single point of entry security, and there is always a school resource officer, so a police officer at the school.
Okay. What are you hearing from parents? Is it mainly people just worried about finding their students, finding their loved ones?
They're just worried about finding their students. If their student has been hurt, they're worried about where to find them, which hospital they've been brought to. Apparently the students who've been injured have been brought to various hospitals in the area. And they just want to see their children, and as any parent can understand, they just want to hug them and make sure that they're okay.
All right, Parkland, Florida Mayor Christine Holchansky, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. I know it's a horrible day for you. We appreciate your talking to us about what you could. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's talk with my panel right now about what exactly law enforcement is doing and going through. Josh Campbell, let me start with you. We have seen images of some young man being escorted into a police vehicle. We don't know what that means. We don't know that it's the shooter. We don't know anything other than there was some young man detained and local TV got a shot of it. As far as Broward County is concerned right now, this remains an active duty an active shooter situation. Tell me, there's, by the way, the image I'm referring to. You can see the person. He possibly a young man wearing the maroon shirt, and he looks as though he is being detained, if not arrested. In an active shooter situation, even if they believe that that person is a suspect, and we have no information that they do, they would be making sure that there aren't 2 or 3 or 4 suspects.
No, you're absolutely right. If you look at these videos we saw moments ago, the officers doing a high-risk search on the individual. Again, we don't know what his status is or why he's in custody. But in these types of situations, you can bet that police officers, before they send out the all clear, which is going to bring adrenaline down a little bit, they're going to ensure that there is no threat. What we've been seeing on some of our television screens as students stream out is an attempted orderly evacuation, while what we can't see behind the scenes are police officers going room by room attempting to find out what exactly they're dealing with. And as you mentioned, is it one person, is it multiple? That's something that they're going to want to wrap their minds around and have some kind of proof before that all clear goes out.
Tom Fuentes, explain to those at home who are frustrated, along with the parents who are frustrated with the fact that their kids, some of them are still in that school and being told they cannot leave yet. That is presumably being done for their own safety. The police officers, et cetera, want to make sure it's safe before they leave?
Well, if you have a school with 3,000 students, you don't want all 3,000 running around like insects all around the perimeter, inside the perimeter, heading for home. Getting into vehicles, driving around. So they're trying to contain the situation until they can figure out themselves what they have. You're right. If they don't know, do they have one shooter, multiple shooters? One shooter maybe had come out and run away and they're looking for him out in the neighborhoods, or if they have an identity where that person might live, there still could be other accomplices inside that school. And a school that large, there are hundreds of places to hide, not just classrooms, closets, the heating plant areas, the maintenance facility parts of those schools. So it would be a very difficult job to go cubbyhole by cubbyhole in that building and clear it, both for the possible shooters or people involved in the shooting and the students that would go into hiding and all. That's one of the tenets that they say, run, hide, fight. The hide part could be anywhere in that school, anywhere in the neighborhood, so they have to track down everybody. And that's a very difficult, lengthy, meticulous process.
Very frustrating for those parents, but it's being done in the name of the safety for their children. I want to bring in Florida Senator Bill Nelson. And a senator, I'm sorry to be talking to you in such a grim and grave time, but apparently you have some new information about injuries or fatalities at the school. What can you tell us?
Jake, it's a bad day. I talked to the school superintendent. He believes there are a number of fatalities. I can't tell you any more than that. I heard one source say many, but I don't think you can take it until it's verified, but a number of fatalities. This is a bad day for Florida and for the country. And you can imagine the grief of parents right now not knowing, as well as the students not knowing. As you are visually showing, there seems to be one in custody. Earlier this afternoon, they think they know who the shooter is, and I don't know if that was the same person that was put into the police car.
All right, so you're saying that the police, law enforcement, thinks they have an idea who the individual is who was the shooter. You can't see this right now, but we're looking at images right now from moments ago, WPLG, in which it looks like a young man, young white man in a maroon shirt is being put into a police car. You're saying you don't know that it's the same person that police suspect to be the shooter. Do police believe there was only one shooter, sir?
When I was told about 30 minutes ago that they suspected a shooter and they suspected that they knew his identity, I want you to know on behalf of the people of Florida that certainly our thoughts and for those who pray are praying for these families and these student victims.
The individual in question, the shooter, if indeed there's only one, is it believed that he is a student?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that.
You said that there were many fatalities. Unfortunately, in this day and age, many could mean dozens?
Jake, how I described it was a number of fatalities.
Yeah.
I said another source said many. I don't know the number.
We've heard from local reporters on the ground talking to emergency workers, up to 20 injuries, up to 20 wounded, and a fire chief told the Miami Herald one fatality at the very least. You're saying that, according to the school superintendent, it is more than one fatality. Do you have any rough idea of how many, or no, not at all?
No, I do not. But if the information came by seeing a number of injuries and with what you just reported, that could be the interpolation of more than one.
There are a number of parents who are crying right now. They're worried about their children in that school. Some of them have kids that they have been able to reach who are in the school and not able to leave yet as they go door to door trying to clear different segments. What are you hearing from people back home?
Well, the whole place is in grief and shock, but the FBI is there. They are directing all of the efforts, and then they will direct the investigation after the shooter is in custody.
So, Senator, I want to interrupt for 1 second just to give some breaking news from the Broward Sheriff.
Sure.
The Broward Sheriff is saying that the shooter is now in custody. Here's the tweet from them. Shooter is now in custody. Scene is still active. Hashtag Stoneman shooting, that's the name of the high school. I assume that they're saying it's still active because they're just making sure there are not any other shooters.
That's correct. It's Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And of course, they are treating it as an active shooter situation until they make sure there wasn't anybody else involved.
You know, I'm old enough to remember when images of 12 and 14-year-olds walking out of schools with their arms in the air because there's an active shooter situation didn't happen and show up on my TV every week or two. What do you say to the parents out there who are frustrated and who say, Senator Nelson, we thank you for your thoughts and prayers, but we actually need more than thoughts and prayers. This is a crisis in this country.
Of course. We ought to say enough is enough. The question is, once you get into the investigation, how did the shooter obtain the weapon? Was it a high caliber weapon? Was it obtained lawfully? And if so, that ought to have people to start thinking about such things as background checks on the purchase of a gun and the question of an assault rifle, if in fact this is. I don't know those details. But you said, what would I say to those parents other than sharing in their grief? That's what I would say.
And I'm sure there'll be lots of time in the future to talk about that. Well, right now we are all just worried and heartbroken about what's going on in Broward County.
Absolutely.
Senator, thank you so much for joining us. If you get more information, please let us know. Call back in. We'd love to have you back. I'm going to go right now to a student from the high school, Ryan Gott. Ryan, we're glad you're okay. You've been texting with friends inside the school. I don't want you to name the alleged suspect. If you have heard that name, I would request that you not share that name.
I haven't heard it.
Okay. What are your friends telling you?
They pretty much just said that someone pulled the fire alarm. A lot of them evacuated, and a lot are still in the school. And I heard that one of my teachers got shot.
You heard
the shooting was all in the freshman building, which is the one building that's not connected to the rest of the campus. It's 3 stories.
I'm told your brother's at the middle school. He's okay?
My mom got a text from him. He said that he's fine. But yeah, I think everyone at the middle school is okay. It's just the one building that's not connected to the rest is where people got shot and died. I don't know who it is yet. I don't know, who was the shooter, but I mean, that's all I know. I know a lot of people, couldn't call me. They just tried to text me, and they couldn't text me, rapidly because they had to have their phones away.
Ryan, how old are you?
I'm 15.
You're 15 years old.
Yep.
Your friends, share with us, if you would, what they're going through, what their texts to you. You don't have to quote the text or name your friends.
I mean, they're just happy they're alive right now, and I mean, I'm glad they're okay too. But I mean, they're freaking out. They don't really know what's going on at all. They just know there's a shooter in the building.
And you heard that one of your teachers was killed?
Just shot. That's all I heard. I heard he was shot and he was telling people to run.
Without naming your teacher, what did this teacher teach?
He taught geography.
A geography teacher, and he was telling people to run, and you
Yep,
heard.
and he was in the building not connected to the 3 stories.
And did any of your friends see him shot, or they heard he was shot?
I'm hearing, people are saying that someone saw him shot, but I've heard other rumors that a kid by him got shot, but he picked him up and he was covered in blood. So, and I've heard on the news that one teacher died, so I'm not sure if it was him or not.
How are you doing? What is it like to be a 15-year-old having this happen at your school?
It's just scary because, I mean, I wasn't even there, and I just thank God that, I wasn't there at the time, but I'm still worried for all my friends,
I do. What, you guys, your classmates, your school, you engage in preparation for days like this, emergency training?
Actually, a few weeks ago, we had a big meeting, and all the teachers were talking about, what if this happened, and, we went through a bunch of drills in every kind of, bad situation, and we talked it over in every class, so, I mean, I don't know how much more prepared we could have been.
Ryan, thank you so much. God bless you, and we're all thinking about you and your classmates. We're going to go right now to the Broward County School Superintendent. Let's listen in.
They saw a teacher who was dead. Is that confirmed by you? A teacher shot?
Teacher is a teacher.
I believe there's an administrator or teacher that is involved. There may be more. I can't confirm if that's been one of the fatalities at the moment.
Superintendent, this is a day I'm sure every superintendent fears, and to happen here in Broward.
It's a day that you pray every day. I get up that we will never have to see. It is in front of us, and I ask the community for your prayers, your support for these children and their families. We're going to do whatever we can to come together as a community to pull through this, and we will. And again, we're doing everything we possibly can. The students are being evacuated and released at the moment, so we're working through that process right now.
Are you aware of any indication, any warning, any hint that the student could have been planning?
We've received no warning, no indication, but again, there's going to be a thorough investigation. Typically, you see in these situations that there potentially could have been signs out there. I would be speculating at this point if there were, but we didn't have any warnings. There weren't any phone calls or threats that we know of that were made.
Superintendent, there's so many parents that are afraid to send their kids to school. What would you tell them out there?
What I would say is that we cannot live in a world that's built on fear. We have to do what we can to make sure that we provide the greatest safety measures we can for our kids. But what I'll tell you is that mental health issues in this country are growing, and they're a big challenge, and it's something that's going to need to certainly be addressed within our school systems as well as in the broader society to ensure that these kind of tragedies don't continue. We've got to be able to recognize individuals that are in distress, that have challenges, and be able to find ways to support them. But our schools, we do what we can to make sure they're as safe as they possibly can be for our children. And again, this is a day that we prayed would never be here at Broward County. but we're dealing with it, and we're going to deal with it as a community. We'll pull through it, and my prayers and heartfelt sorrow goes out to the families and this entire community.
Those comments about mental health and stress, are they speculation on your part, or do you have some information about who is responsible? And do you know?
Well, all I would say is that
other than the obvious.
Other than the obvious, that's correct. No, I don't. No sane person that's just is going to go and commit such an atrocity. So I would say that it is something that we have to deal with.
But it's not based on your knowledge of.
It's not based on my knowledge of anything regarding the individual who committed this, but I know it's a challenge, and it's something that we've been certainly trying to deal with throughout Broward County and throughout this nation. But we're going to have to step up our efforts on that.
With someone in custody, so the rest of the students, hundreds of them, are being evacuated right now, right?
That's correct. They're clearing buildings out. They're doing it in a orderly manner to make sure that's safe. So again, there's a enormous presence of law enforcement here, and they're assisting in the evacuation process as we speak.
West Glades right next door, those the middle school, are those students still inside, or have they been?
They were on lockdown.
They are probably going through an evacuation process as well. We have students we know that are coming from some of our middle schools like Nova, where they typically may get dropped off here. We have them being dropped off at another school site, and we're notifying parents.
On a typical afternoon, what police presence and security presence is on?
Every high school in this county has police presence at the high school, so there were officers on the school site at all times.
Do you know for certain how many or where?
There typically are at least two cars of law enforcement individuals on our campuses on a daily basis.
Resource officers, are they called?
They're called school resource officers, that is correct.
Superintendent, was the shooter just contained to that one building? Do you know, did he go into another building?
Don't know the path or exactly how the shootings occurred.
Where were you when you got that phone call and your heart had to have dropped?
So today has been a day of enormous mountains and valleys. I was leaving Monarch High School, where we were giving the Teacher of the Year keys to a brand new Toyota Camry that she won from being a Teacher of the Year in Broward County. We were celebrating our teachers, our schools, and got in the car. And as I'm driving back to the office, I start seeing communication, and I hear from staff that we may have a tragedy, and so I literally have come from giving the Teacher of the Year a car and celebrating our teachers and our district to where I am right now.
The deadliest school shooting in Broward County ever.
That's what it appears to be.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for updating us. There you just heard it from Superintendent.
That was Superintendent Robert Runcie.
I want to bring in CNN's Sarah Ganim. We were just listening to Robert Runcie. He's the Broward County School Superintendent. Sarah Ganim, you're from nearby. You know the area, and you've spoken to two students.
Yeah, that's right. Both of them actually telling me they were just about 10 minutes from leaving for the day, and a fire alarm went off inside of the building. They thought it was a drill, as you would if you were a student in high school, and they filed out as they practice. But one student who's 18 years old said she immediately knew something was wrong, that she heard 6 gunshots. As they were filing out, students began to run back towards the school. She ran back into a classroom that was not on the ground floor, and when I spoke to her, that was where she was, still barricaded in that classroom. Another student, 16-year-old boy, who made it farther out onto the campus. This is a very large school, just to paint a little bit of a picture, but he was in a different building much further away, made it out to his assigned position in the event of a fire drill, but realized that his teachers were acting frantic. And then police began to show up in bulletproof vests and long guns, and students began to run. And he actually climbed over a fence, ran through a field. This school is adjacent to a very large shopping complex that It includes a Walmart. He said a lot of students ran into the Walmart, began calling home, and he was able to reach a place outside of the police perimeter where his mom was able to pick him up. But both students saying that it was the fire alarm that really began this incident just about 10 minutes before school ended. Another thing I want to note, Jake, is this school, it's Florida, you know, good weather all the time. This isn't something that a lot of people think about, but most of the hallways inside of this school are outside. So the only safe place where you can barricade yourself is actually inside of a classroom.
Oh, that's an interesting observation. I want to note that the Broward County Sheriff has updated the situation. They have written in a tweet, quote, "So far we have at least 14 victims." I would just note that they're not, the Broward Sheriff is not noting, delineating between fatalities and people who are wounded, but 14 victims. And then they go on to say, victims have been and continue to be transported to Broward Health Medical Center and Broward Health North Hospital. If you're a parent right now and you're watching, the Broward Sheriff Twitter account also has the address for the staging area where you can go to meet your student, your child, if you are still looking to figure out how to do so. I want to talk right now, and I'm bringing Charles Ramsey. He's a former police commissioner of Philadelphia, also was the former police chief here in Washington, D.C. Chief Ramsey, after a shooting like this, other than clearing the building, what are police doing?
Well, it's a crime scene. And so I'm sure that they're going to search every inch of that building to make sure, one, they don't have anyone else that poses a threat, and also if they have any children or teachers barricaded in one of the rooms or what have you. So they've got to do that. But then you've got a crime scene that they've got to be able to secure and begin processing. I'm told that the FBI is there, Broward County's crime scene investigative unit. They'll probably work together in order to get that done. The other thing that's happening right now, you just saw it with the Broward County Sheriff, and that's get information out so that parents know where to go to reunite with their children. If one of the children was one of the victims, where to go, what hospital they've been taken to. So all those things are going on at the same time.
And you heard the school superintendent being asked whether the shooter, who presumably is a student based on the questions that were being asked, if there had been any warning signs or indications that the student had any troubles, any indication that someday like this would ever happen. And the superintendent said that he did not know of any, but obviously there would be an investigation to see if any signals, any signs had been missed.
Yeah, all that will happen after the fact. People will start to take a look and see, were there signs? Was there something they could have done? Had he sent out any messages, tweets, or anything like that to make people aware that he was about to do something? But right now, what you're faced with is a tragedy. No matter how you look at it, another incident where we've had people, children who are in school, one of the places that should be the safest place for them to be, that turns out to be the worst place for them to have been on this particular day. And I don't know if anything's going to happen. I doubt it. I have absolutely no faith in our Congress or elected officials to do anything. If Sandy Hook did not cause us to really rethink how we deal with guns in the hands of people that should not have them, then this certainly won't either. It's a shame, but it won't.
All right, Chief Ramsey, stay right there. I want to bring in a student at the school right now joining us by phone, Caden Hanafi. Caden, you evacuated. How are you?
I'm perfect right now. I'm being driven away from the school right now.
And you're with other students who were evacuated as well?
Yes, I'm with a couple of other people. We're being driven by my mom. I'm with 4 other people, so 6 people in total in the car.
You're a freshman?
Yes, I'm a freshman.
What did you see? What happened?
Well, obviously, I wasn't in the building where the shooting happened, but we were very close, like literally one building away, literally a stairwell away. So we were first told to evacuate over the intercom. So we were leaving the building, and we came upon a stairwell with that led to the other building, over a bit of a concrete pavement. And I heard 2 gunshots, and a lot of people were running out of that building, and the intercom spoke again and told us to code red, which is a lockdown.
And what did you do then?
We returned to our building in our room. We locked the door and we stood around most people thought it was firecrackers because it was on the 3rd floor, I think, or that's what a lot of people have been saying, or 2nd floor. So I thought it was someone, it's Valentine's Day, so maybe as a celebration they set off firecrackers, and a teacher who didn't see maybe called in an alarm. But then we started, CBS and all the local news stations started updating, talking about a situation. It went past, the time school ends, so people thought something was up, but we didn't know it was a shooting until we were told, and until, reports started. I think they said, there are estimated 6 people dead and 20 injured, and when people saw that, they thought it was a shooting, so.
Yeah, we know that there are, according to the Broward Sheriff, 14 people who were shot and have been taken to hospitals. We don't know whether they're dead or injured. And the fire chief did tell the Miami Herald that one person has been killed. A horrible day.
I saw at least 2 people under tarps in front of the building that the shooting occurred.
You saw 2 people under those blankets that they put people under after they've been killed?
It was yellow, and they weren't moving and they weren't receiving attention, so I think they were dead.
Could you tell if they were students or adults?
One was a adult for sure. He was wearing a bit more formal attire, like stuff that teachers wear. And the other one, I think, was a female student.
That's horrible. I'm sorry you had to see that.
It's fine.
Your mom must be pretty happy that she has you in the car.
Yeah, very much so. It's really a blessing to still be alive.
Caden, we're glad you're okay. Thanks for calling us.
Thank you.
I mean, the new normal in America where this happens every few weeks. There have been, I think I read somewhere, 18 incidents of school shootings just since January 1st, 2018. Obviously, some of them had fatalities, some of them did not. But people bringing guns to schools. We're looking at images right now from WPTV in Parkland, Florida. A lot of people, parents and children hugging each other. What's going through your head, Josh Campbell, as you watch all this?
Yeah, Jake, as I watch these images, I mean, they're gut-wrenching. I harken back to, I was in Orlando following the shooting. I was in San Bernardino following the shooting, meeting with victim family members, and they talk about the state of the unknown, just how distressing that is. So you can imagine as you watch these images that, some parents right now just don't know what's going on, which obviously compounds their grief and anxiety. And then something else is, we're sitting there, listening to the student talk about the events that were unfolding inside the school. You can imagine the state of chaos when you have a code red lockdown order going out the same time a fire alarm is being pulled. Do you stay? Do you go? It's got to be just a complete state of chaos.
And you heard that student, Caden Hanafi, talking about they thought it was firecrackers. They didn't know. They weren't aware until on their texts they saw local news reports about what it was. In the top right of your screen, if you're watching, there is an ambulance, and my understanding is they put the young white man in a maroon shirt that we saw police detaining earlier. We do not know if it is the suspect, but we know that the suspect is in custody. We saw police put that individual in that ambulance, and that ambulance is now being taken somewhere, and local police helicopters, this one with WPLG, are obviously following. Our affiliate has a live interview with a family that was just reunited. We're going to listen in.
What was used, and we heard the police yelling. We heard banging on the doors.
At this point, you didn't know if the shooter was at your door or not?
Yeah, we didn't know, but there was someone banging at our door, and we didn't know who it was.
You said that right before all this happened, the fire alarm was pulled, so everybody was running out of their classrooms. Kind of explain the moment and the chaos in that moment.
Everyone was really confused because we thought it was another fire drill or the fake fire drill that they like doing. And they'd never do this around this time because like everyone's getting ready to leave, and they wouldn't do it around the other 2 periods because that's when there's A lunch and B lunch, and that would mess up everything. They usually only do it during the first period.
So you thought this was strange, that there was a fire alarm being pulled. Then you said there was some confusion, the teacher telling you to run back in the classroom when you heard the shots.
Yeah, that was my history teacher, Mr. Stewart. He told us to go back inside, and we were really confused and didn't know who to listen to because we heard Mr. Porter, I think a teacher said. The principal. Yeah, they were telling us to evacuate. We didn't know like if he had like a gun up to his head. That's what people were saying.
When all this is going on and you're hiding in the classroom, what was going through your mind?
I really hope this isn't real, and I hope that all my friends are okay, and I hope everyone I know and everyone at the school will be okay and no one will get hurt. And I was kind of freaking out, but I was trying to stay calm and not cry.
And you were talking to your dad on the phone, you were texting with your dad. Tell me what you were telling him.
I was telling him I'm okay, and I'll tell him like updates of what we hear through the classroom because their parents who were outside, like up close, were saying what they saw. And
the moments where you finally were let out of the classroom an hour and a half later, what did you see when you were walking down the hallway being escorted by police?
We saw broken glass from a door. I think that was police to get in, and I saw some bodies, and it wasn't good.
People that you recognized?
Yeah, that was my friend's teacher. Yeah,
obviously.
She's starting to talk about individuals there, and so we're going to let that interview breathe elsewhere. Tom Fuentes, if you would, when Chief Ramsey referred to this as an active crime scene, what are they looking for? Obviously, just did they trace every bullet, every incident of violence?
Yeah, trace every bullet, try to trace the path of the shooter. Had he been in school all day with guns in backpack? Did he come in later in the day? What were his movements? Was he alone? Which part of the buildings was he in? All of that. If I could add, going back to what Chief Ramsey said, I was on the air here the day of Sandy Hook. And Wolf Blitzer on Sit Room asked me, well, this will surely change everything. Dozens of young children massacred. And I said the same thing Chief Ramsey said then. I said, no, Wolf, I don't think anything will change. I don't think any laws will change. Everything will be the same when this is all over with. And that's pretty much what we still have.
Law enforcement has not exactly been active in terms of pressing Congress to change laws. I remember law enforcement used to be much more active in the 90s when it came to pushing for further restrictions to make sure that guns don't get into the wrong hands. But I have not seen law enforcement officials pressing in the last 10 or 15 years. Why is that?
Well, I think they've just gotten to the point of, it's not leading to any change. And, why? I mean, when I was a street cop 40 years ago in the mid-'70s, you had police associations saying something needs to change. Our officers are outgunned on the street. They're carrying revolvers. The bad guys are carrying, MAC-10 automatic weapons, and that needs to stop. And we still hear that. We still hear the concerns about complaints that we have the militarization of the police. No, we have the militarization of the general public in this country, and the police have to go up against that almost every day of the week. We hear these situations. And in schools, it's not possible to secure a school. As Sarah mentioned, you have outdoor hallways. That means that every individual classroom is an entrance and an exit from the building. So there could be 100 entrances and exits to the safe areas of that school. You can't put a guard at every one of them. You're not going to be able to keep that school locked down from early in the morning when some school activities start before the general classes start to late in the evening when the sports teams are practicing or there are concerts or other events going on in that school. And those schools may be open 6-7 days a week with the athletic competitions and other community groups using the facilities. So the idea that we can just lock that school down or put enough security guards or magnetometers or any of that, that's not going to change. So as long as we have mentally ill people running around with automatic weapons, semi-automatic weapons, we're going to face this.
We still, just to point it out, obviously, we still don't know how the suspect in this horrific instance got the firearm, and obviously we'll be reporting on that more. I want to bring in Cedric Alexander. Cedric, as you're watching these images coming in from Parkland, Florida, what's going through your mind about what they're dealing with down there as a law enforcement matter?
Well, here again, I think you heard it from both my friends and colleagues there. That is a huge, and from what we can tell from where we sit from the television, that is a huge crime scene. And certainly from the police, from the time they got the call, from the time that they stepped onto that campus, entered into that building, it had to be chaotic for them. They had to know right away, a lot of messages coming through them via radio and from persons on the scene, a lot of information being transferred from one place to another. So for them, it had to be hugely chaotic. They know that many students had to barricade themselves inside classrooms. In addition, we know that we had children that were fleeing the campus, trying to get away. And officers were continuing to respond. They're continuing to gather information into that crime scene. Fortunately, this subject was placed into custody, but this investigation is now just beginning. Who is the subject? What was the reason for this event occurring today? How did he gain access to a weapon? A lot of questions have to be answered here, Jake. So this is truly just the beginning of an investigation that as the days go by, we'll learn more of what occurred here. But my heart and prayers goes out to these families, to these students on this day, and in particular on this Valentine's Day. This is so sad, so tragic, and we're seeing this much too often in this country.
I want to bring in Juliette Kayyem, formerly of the Department of Homeland Security under President Obama. And Juliette, right now, there are a number of families who are being reunited with their children. It's a staging point. I think it's in Coral Springs, not far from the school. Tell us about that process.
So there's actually 3 processes going on. There's going to be an investigation. Who's the assailant? What did he know? There's the triage, the health triage. We have at least over a dozen people who are requiring medical care. And then there's family unification. It's a relatively sort of new piece that in crisis management in cases like this that just is now focused on, which is if you can get family members with their kids quickly, they leave, they go home, they're accounted for. It's just a key part of sort of, the sort of deep breath that everyone needs right now in Florida, because of course, this is going to be a couple days until the school's back to normal. And so that's going to be staging areas. You're hearing a lot about Walmart. Walmart, if it's close by the high school, is very involved with emergency management training. The chief and everyone knows that there's sort of an integral part of hurricanes and other sort of planning. So there are probably different places, or there are different places around the school. Parents are being told to go there. They don't want to come near the school, but you can't stop a parent from getting their child. So they need to get family unification going. It's a lot of kids. It's a couple thousand kids. So it will take a while. We've had some parents on air clearly texting with their kid, but not able to get to them. So just a key part of this crisis management phase outside of the law enforcement phase. And Juliette, the sheriff is now tweeting, quote, "Parents, please wait to go to the family staging area until everything is clear." Right. What is that suggesting to you? That's odd, because why is it a family staging area? They've got to get, and so I don't know why that would have been out. You set up a family staging area that's outside the perimeter of the investigation to ensure that parents can get to their kids. Otherwise, you're going to have kids texting, "Meet me there, Dad, meet me there, Mom." The school needs to account for these kids. And so maybe part of it is they're staging, I would surmise from past experience, they might be staging the kids. Taking attendance, right? That's key, because you got to know who's there and who might be at a hospital, and then allowing them to find their parents. But they got to pick up the pace now, because this is when parents start to panic. People do stupid things. They show up at crime scenes, and kids are terrified. I mean, all they want to do is go home, and so we got to get them home. You got to get them home. Chief Ramsey, I know you wanted to weigh in.
Well, I just wanted to make mention of something that you said earlier around, police chiefs and pushing to get better gun laws. There has been some movement. The Major City Chiefs Association, certainly. There's a bill now pending before Congress, concealed carry bill, Reciprocity Act, I think it's called, where you can, if you have a permit in one state, you have to honor it in all other states. And we all know about the variance in gun laws. So there has been some pushback. Problem is, it just falls on deaf ears. So I think all of society needs to be able to get engaged. I'm not anti-gun, but we've got to stop this nonsense. I mean, this is going to continue. It is not going going to get fixed on its own. And maybe we won't stop it entirely, but we have to put ourselves in a position where at least we're trying. And right now, we're not even trying. And that's the shame. Look at the trauma that these kids are going through. When you interviewed that young person there, you could hear it in their voice. Yeah. I mean, how do you deal with that and get beyond the schools? Think about the youngsters that live in many of these neighborhoods plagued with gun violence and the trauma they go through. I mean, if we don't care about ourselves as adults, at least care about the kids, and let's do what we can to keep them safe.
I saw a Washington Post researcher suggesting that since Columbine in 1999, so almost 20 years ago, 150,000 American school children have gone through some sort of school shooting situation like this. Not saying that they've been killed or wounded necessarily, but they've experienced and gone through this trauma, and it is hard to not believe that the adults of America are not failing the children of America by not doing more to prevent guns from getting into the hands of the mentally ill and those who are violent and would carry out such a horrific act.
But Jake, they have been wounded. It's the invisible wounds, the trauma that kids go through when they have to witness something like that, when they hear about it happening in other schools. I mean, you know, you may not like school because you don't like reading, writing, arithmetic, but you never thought about getting killed when you were in school, at least not when I came up. But now that's a legitimate threat. We have to not only have fire drills, now we have to have active shooter drills. I mean, you said this is the new normal. I don't accept it as normal. It is not normal. And the minute we accept it as being normal, we just set the stage for this stuff to continue. It's not going to stop.
No, I agree with you. I don't know that I called it the new normal, but all I mean to say is like we see this now happening every couple weeks, and it's horrifying that this is what our children are going through. I want to bring in a parent right now. I'm sorry, a teacher right now on the phone, Melissa Falkowski. First of all, Melissa, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
So you were teaching when this happened? Tell us what you know.
I was. It was the end of the school day, and the fire alarm went off, and we went to evacuate, you know, as if it was a fire drill, and then we got maybe 15, 20 steps out of the classroom, and we were told that we were on cold red, and we ran back inside to the classroom and got crossed down on the floor, and then we moved into the closet, and we were hidden in the closet.
You teach freshmen? You teach first-year students?
I teach a lot of grades. I teach all grades because I teach electives. I teach newspaper and English.
Were you in the freshman building when this happened? Our understanding is that's where this happened.
No, but I have a lot of friends that teach out there. I was across campus in the 200 building at the time.
Sources are telling us that they know of at least 2 fatalities. We talked to a student, Caden Hanafi, earlier, who said that that those 2 fatalities were visible under tarps as students left the building.
A friend of mine teaches on in the freshman building, and she said that as she was leaving, that there were bodies on the floor. So I don't know who it is, and I don't know why, but I mean, this is the type of situation that we just had a training about this, not maybe like 6 weeks ago, about how to deal with the situation. If we hadn't had that training, it could have been, a lot worse. In fact, a lot of us probably thought that this was the drill that we were supposed to have, this semester to practice. And it wasn't. It was a real thing of that.
Melissa, I hate to even ask this question, but your friend who said that he or she saw bodies, did he or she say how many bodies she saw?
She said she saw 3.
You saw 3?
Yeah.
Law enforcement sources are saying that this the shooter was a student, suspected to be a student, a current student of the school. Obviously, we don't want to mention any names. That's up for law enforcement. But do you know anything about
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about who it might be or why. I just know this is like the worst nightmare scenario that you hope never happens to you. And all these, I was listening in earlier to some of the commentators, and it really speaks to those of us, especially who work in schools and work with children, and their, our society's inability to tackle this problem is just totally unacceptable.
Well, it's pretty clear that we're failing our kids here, and I'm not saying that the solution is one thing or another, but obviously this does not happen in other countries the way
right,
it happens here.
Society failed those people today.
How are the kids that you were teaching? How are they doing?
They're doing okay. They're holding it together. You know, it was a little bit more stressful and harder. You know, when we were in the closet and, you know, they were crying and panicking, and now we're off site and pick up. So, you know, it's a lot calmer.
How old were the students you're teaching today? About 15?
16, 17. I have a freshman in my newspaper class, you know, 14 or 15.
What, how many students did you have to take back to the classroom and put in the closet?
I managed to put 19 kids in the closet with me.
How long did you have to be there?
Less than a minute.
Oh, less than a minute, then you were cleared pretty quickly.
No, we were in the closet for probably 40 minutes.
Oh, 40 minutes,
Like,
okay.
we were locked in the closet until SWAT came and got us and took us somewhere else, and then took us somewhere else. And now we're, you know, standing out on the street, and kids are, you know, finding their parents.
Those kids are lucky they had you. That must have been a horrible experience.
Yes, it was horrible.
And then as a teacher, you have to put on a brave face.
Yeah, which is very difficult.
When no doubt you were pretty scared.
Yeah.
I
think I have to go now because I have students that are getting picked up, and I'm responsible for them. So.
Melissa, thank God for you, and those kids are lucky they had you, and thanks for talking to us.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, this is just the stories we hear now and the stories we report, and, you know, 20 years ago, this would be shocking and stunning, and but no, this happens in everyday America these days. Yes, Tom Fuentes.
You know, Jake, you mentioned about the school being a crime scene, but you have potentially 2 additional crime scenes. The vehicle that person took to the school, if he took a car or how he got there, and then secondly, that person's residence. If they've identified the shooter and have identified then the shooter's residence, you would have a crime scene search there. Are there more weapons or explosives or other items there, literature, his computers, other things that might, you know, reveal more information. Also, in Sandy Hook, the shooter in Sandy Hook had shot and killed his mother at the residence, then went to the school and began the massacre there. So that's another thing of, is the shooter's family safe? Are they accounted for?
I want to play sound from another student who was reunited with his mom, and we just got this from a local affiliate. Let's listen in.
It's just different when it hits home, you know? You read about it, you see it when it happens in other places, but when it's your backyard, when it's your child that's hiding, it's just a little different, you know? It's a very sad day.
Honestly, I'm still in shock. I don't know whether it'll hit me tonight or tomorrow. Like I said, to me, it still almost feels like a drill, you know? It's just surreal to see, like, my mom and my aunt just crying, you know, waiting for me.
A reuniting of a boy and his mother and his aunt at the school outside and in Parkland, Florida, in Broward County. Josh, you wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, just piggybacking on what you and Tom were saying earlier about how we become desensitized. These continue to happen more and more, and it just becomes so commonplace. You know, I think of 2 things. We were just sitting there listening to Ms. Volkowski talk about 6 weeks ago they received active shooter training, which is incredible. I mean, I know that the FBI has really increased the number of trainings provided to entities like this, and as well as law enforcement. So the fact that we need to increase training is, you know, that's troubling. But then secondly, and Tom, you know, as we sit there and watch law enforcement, we see a sea of red and blue uniforms. The fact that you have a seamless fusion of law enforcement working together, it's something you want, but sadly it's also evidence that we've had too much practice.
And these are the images from at the top of the hour when what looks like a young man was detained by police. We do not know who this young man is. We do not know if this individual is the shooter. Certainly it happens on crime scenes that there are cases of mistaken identity or individuals who are detained because they might have information. We don't know. This individual was also later put into an ambulance and taken away, and there were local TV news choppers following that ambulance. We don't know who this is, but local law enforcement is saying that the individual shooter is a student at this school. Charles Ramsey, if I can bring you back, is it usually the case that at a school shooting, the shooter is a student at that school?
I don't know if it's usually the case or not. Certainly there are numerous cases where that is the situation. Sometimes it's a former student. Sometimes it's someone who's just mentally ill that decides that's what they want to do. Yeah, I guess it varies. But the bottom line is somebody probably knew something as it relates to this young man, maybe through social media or something that wasn't quite right. And whether or not that was brought to the attention of the adults in the school or anyone else, I don't know. More will unfold over time. Now that we know who this individual is, they'll start to learn a little bit more. But you know, whether or not it's usual, I would have to take a look at all those shootings in order to be able to say that. But I would say it's not uncommon. First thing I would think is that it's probably a student or former student.
And when it is a student, in your experience, Chief Ramsey, usually have there been some sort of warning signs, whether on social media or... Well, hold on one second. We're going to listen to the police briefing the situation.
Okay.
Oh, we're having audio problems. I'm sorry, Chief Ramsey. I'm going to bring you back because we're having some sort of audio problems with that individual. Is it usually the case that there have been some sort of warning signs?
And our
now we have the audio. Sorry.
Will be a horrific scene as soon as the buildings are cleared. Right now, the buildings are not safe to be cleared. We're asking that you put out on the news ASAP that any parent who's looking for their child to please go immediately to the Marriott within the Heron Bay complex. Our deputies and other police officers are transporting these young students over to Heron Bay to be reunited with their parents. So that's where we want parents to go. I want to thank Mayor Beam, Commissioner Sharif, and Mr. Runcie for being here to support the Broward Sheriff's Office and to be with me at this terrible time. Last thing I want to say is this is a terrible day for Parkland, Broward County, the state of Florida, and the United States. My very own triplets went to that school and graduated from Stoneman Douglas. They play football and lacrosse at that school. So it's just catastrophic. There really are no words. And we will keep you updated. I've spoken to Governor Scott. He's out of state. He is on his way over here. I have spoken to President Trump, and he's offered the full power of the United States of America to help us get through this. Any questions? I can't hear you. He was found off campus. I don't exactly know where. I believe he was found in the city of Coral Springs by a Coconut Creek police officer. That's unconfirmed right now. There's so much information. Can you give us an age range of those deceased? Was he an outsider? From what I understand, there was a time where he did attend the school. I don't know why he left. I don't know when he left. But he was not a current student. That is correct. He was not a current student. When he was arrested, was there any confrontation between him and police? Did he open fire? I wasn't there, but I was told that there was no confrontation. He was, can you hear me? Yeah. He was taken into arrest without incident.
Do you have anyone else in custody? Our understanding is two, just one.
One.
Okay, do you have an age on him?
I believe he's approximately 18 years old.
Okay, and then at least one dead?
Multiple.
Multiple, so more than one.
And you said the school's not safe right now. There's still children inside. And what have you heard?
Well, I don't know. We believe at this point that all children that we know about are cleared and are outside the building. However, we don't know if there are injured people. We don't know if there are people hiding. We don't know. So we will not begin to release information or begin to open up the crime scene until the SWAT components say the school is safe and clear. When I hear all clear, we'll begin the next phase of this investigation.
Are any teachers dead or only students?
I have no idea.
We heard of Mr. Beagle.
Injuries, approximately how many?
Well, I don't know how many injuries there were, but we know 14 people were transported to area hospitals with varying degrees of wounds. What we'll do is we'll wait for the school to be cleared. We'll go on to the next phase. I know this is critically important to release information to Broward County, and we will keep you up to date. But for right now, there's no more information to impart.
Can you talk about where the shooter was? Was he inside the school? We heard, and I know there's a lot of rumors, that at one point there were firecrackers, and then it was a drive-by. Was the shooter inside the school on campus?
He was outside and inside at varying times. He certainly was inside. Thank you.
In terms of those dead, have their families been notified? Have all the families been notified?
Broward Sheriff Scott Israel addressing the media right there.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. We're continuing to follow CNN's breaking news coverage of a mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. That's north of Miami. The Broward County School Superintendent says there are numerous fatalities. And just a short time ago, we saw pictures of one young man apparently in police custody. The Broward County's Sheriff's Department confirms a suspect is now in custody. CNN's Brian Todd is monitoring the situation for us. Brian, lots of moving parts right now. What's the latest?
A lot of moving parts, Wolf. The situation is still very fluid. Here's what we know at the moment. The Broward County school system says this occurred sometime close to afternoon dismissal at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, north of Miami. Gunfire was heard then, several shots. The school superintendent in Broward County, Robert Runcie, says there are numerous fatalities. We just heard the sheriff, Scott Israel, say more than one. Law enforcement sources telling CNN there are at least 2 fatalities. Sources telling us as well, the Broward County sheriff there saying there are at least 14 victims who were transported to local hospitals. Now, the father of one student says his daughter told him there was, quote, blood all over the place in the wake of this shooting. The Broward County Sheriff's Department now says the shooter is in custody. He was a student, they believe, and they do not think he is a current student there. There's aerial footage from earlier of a young man being placed into a police vehicle. The school went into immediate lockdown. Some kids, we were told, were hiding in closets. One teacher said she sheltered some 19 students in a classroom. Here are some witness accounts from students.
It was supposed to be just a fire drill. We thought it was just another fire drill because we had another one earlier. But as soon as the fire drill got pulled, the fire alarm got pulled, and kids were evacuating, I heard 5 pops. And I was like, that's not a drill.
It's insane. It's unnecessary. There's no words to describe how I feel right now. Like I was shaking, I was panicking. It was just all out panic throughout the school.
Sheriff Israel just told reporters that all the students that they know about have been cleared from the school, but they're still looking through that school right now. Students tell CNN there was a lot of confusion as the shooting began. They say a fire alarm went off and students started to leave the school more deliberately as if they were evacuating for a fire alarm. Then students and teachers realized that it was not a fire alarm. They started acting more frantically. There is an indication that at least one police officer arrived fairly quickly on the scene. A student says that an officer got there shortly after they heard shots. The officer brandishing a weapon and a bulletproof vest. Kids started running outside, they said. Some took shelter in a nearby Walmart. The superintendent says they have no reason to believe there's more than one shooter. They said they received no warning ahead of time that something could be happening. Wolf, the sheriff, said that the shooter was outside and inside the school.